Testing. Welcome to our March council meeting, 2024. It's crazy how fast the year flies by. The vice mayor and Councilman Collazo can join me. We have some incredible folks here with us today that we're going to be recognizing and speaking to. Is Diane, you're here. Diane, come up with us for a second, and we have a special recognition for Monica Villamontes for her leadership, dedication, and commitment. So, Dan, before we call her up, I want to hand it over to you.
Alrighty, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, everyone, for being here today. So, just a little background on Monica. So, Monica is the Spanish Honor Society president at Barbara Goldman Senior High, or the high school that we attend. So, I met Monica 2-3 years ago when she joined the club. I've been a member of since it was found, basically. But Monica has sort of a unique story. So Monica arrived here in the U.S. at the age of 10 from Cuba, thanks to her mother, who's actually here today. And she was able to assimilate relatively quickly to the system that our country, adopts. So essentially, she goes into the school system. She's an ESOL student. She gets out of ESOL very quickly, and she joins the mock trial team at our school. Sadly, she was taken out of the mock trial team because supposedly her accent didn't qualify her to be part of the team. But she didn't give up. So she knew that she had a purpose in her community. So she decided to go on and join Spanish Honor Society and become the treasurer of the club. After that, she took on the challenge of becoming president. So she's currently the president of the school, of the club at our school. But all I have to say is that with all the stuff she does, apart from, just being the president of one of the few honor societies at our school, she's a very dedicated member of the community. She gives back, and she does a lot for the community as a whole. And apart from the recognition that we're giving here today, I would like to, on behalf of my nonprofit organization, Monica, if you can come up real quick. So please give her a round of applause. So on behalf of my nonprofit organization, I know that Monica, she's been going through a lot regarding, going to college and stuff like that. So, so to sort of give her the push to continue pursuing a change in her community by pursuing a college degree, on behalf of Ivo Nation Inc., we will be granting her, in honor of Women's History Month, a $250 scholarship for her academic pursuits. So if her mom can come up, maybe the teacher is also from our school, to take a picture, that would be.
I didn't have anything planned, but I'm actually super grateful, and this is a huge honor to me. As you know, an immigrant, and my mom is here, and she's basically the reason that I'm here. And it's such an honor to get this in front of my mom and see everything that I've accomplished because of her. So I would like to thank you, Mom. This is because of you. Thank you, guys.
So again, if her mom can come up. Right. Miss, come up for the picture. Come up for the picture. Come over here. Yeah. Miss, come up. Come up.
Next up, I'm going to hand it over to Councilman Collazo.
Thank you very much, Mayor. And really, this is something that I'm presenting to another commissioner who has really made it his passion this year to recognize colon Cancer Awareness Month. And my father died of colorectal cancer. It's a cause that's near and dear to me. But Commissioner Stern from the city of Aventura actually pledged to get all 34 municipalities to proffer a proclamation, and I was proud to sponsor it. And Commissioner Stern will be coming here to the town of Miami Lakes to pick it up. But really, I appreciate it, Mayor, for the opportunity. We're really doing this to raise awareness throughout entire Miami-Dade County, and we're just proud to be one of the municipalities. I think the clerk confirmed that almost every single municipality contributed, and we're happy to do that on behalf of Commissioner Stern, and we'll be giving this to him in person through the clerk's office at a future date. So thank you very much. Every 5 years, get screened, guys. It's very easy, and girls. Very simple. I got my screening this year, and nothing to be afraid of. Actually, the best sleep I got in a long time.
Jonathan, maybe you could post that and put something, an awareness post. Thank you. So we have an organization that's been here in our community since 2000. Going to be celebrating their 25-year anniversary here in our community, and it's a great organization here in our town that does amazing work every day. And I'll never forget one of the first times that I was on Main Street years and years ago. 2000, I was a sophomore in high school, so I was running around on Main Street. I remember seeing like a sign like the Miami Lakes Welcome Center, and you know how cool that was for a municipality to have that, especially before a town incorporates, right? Having a private business go above and beyond. But all these years later, always giving back and being great examples in our community, having great staff members, folks throughout the town of Miami Lakes. But their broker, who's a great example, the owner there in our community, who's not only a friend but somebody who's done amazing work in the town of Miami Lakes, and somebody who showcases what ethics is in the real estate world, right? Especially the real estate world in Miami is a little interesting sometimes, and I think he's one of those folks who always ensures that all the realtors under him always do the right thing by their clients, the folks that they represent. So I want to call up the Alex Ruiz and the Kais Company up here. If you guys can join me so we can honor you all. So whereas the Kais Company of Miami Lakes Realtors and staff organizes professional networking events, promotes local businesses for growth, and always is giving back to the community in so many ways. And whereas they assisted recently in the renaming of Northwest 82nd Avenue into Rosa Nell Hammer Way. Rosa, a Miami Lakes resident and realtor, has helped populate the Miami Lakes community since the inauguration of the Graham Company's developments. Whereas they continue a sponsorship of the Jesse J. McCrae Junior Elementary School via monetary donations and feeding the less fortunate families throughout the year. Whereas the Dolphins Cycling Challenge, the Miami Lakes office is fully committed to participating and fundraising for cancer research and treatment for the Sylvester Comprehensive Cancer Center. And whereas the Kais Company continues to assist families relocating in to our community, and unfortunately some of those folks that maybe when they get older they want to move up north and retire out of Miami Lakes since the year 2000. And now, therefore, I, Manny Sid, by virtue of the authority vested in me as the mayor of the town of Miami Lakes, and on behalf of the town council and all 33,000 Miami Lakers, do hereby proclaim Wednesday, March 13, 2024 as the Kais Company of Miami Lakes Day.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor. Well, I'm very proud and honored to receive this proclamation on behalf of my office, my agents, my company. It's really an honor to work and live in Miami Lakes, and it's been a great journey, and we're continuing to fight. We do, just like you mentioned earlier about the cancer, with the cancer research at Sylvester, we've been sponsoring now for about 11 years. We've collected over $2.1 million. Wow. And the Dolphin Cycling Challenge is the largest fundraising organization in the NFL. This past week, and Orestes was one of the riders, we raised $12 million in one day. So collectively, not just our company. So I'm honored to receive this, and I appreciate you guys, and keep doing the great work that you're doing. Thank you.
Get a picture.
I was going to bring all 128, but they couldn't make it.
Should have. Should have.
Good? That's it? We're good? All right. Thank you, my friend. Appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you. Appreciate you guys.
So this next business has been in our town for 30 years. This business owner is one of the most what ¿qué dijiste? It's 33 now? Okay, 33 years. Well, if the Elderly Affairs Committee, you guys want to come join us, come on up. If you guys come join us as well. But this next individual is one of the most loving human beings that you can ever meet, right? When you own a business, sometimes it's a lot of times people think it's just about money, but this guy really showcases what love is. And I'll never forget one of the first times that I met him. I was running against an incumbent here in the town, and I wasn't too popular with a lot of folks, and because running against an incumbent isn't easy. And I remember when I met him, he gave me a hug and a kiss. I was like, ¿Qué está pasando aquí? You know what I mean? I was like, and he was like, "You always have a friend here, you're always welcome here. You're family. You're good, you know." And I'll never forget that day, because sometimes you need that type of affection from people you don't even, and you're like, wow. And I've heard that story that I just shared with you guys hundreds and hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of times. But this person is super amazing. Like, I remember one day he sits down with me. He's like, "I used to own a restaurant near the Nile River, you know, right? Was that or in Egypt or in different area in Italy?" And I'm just like, this can't be true. And I would ask people around, and it was all true. But he's somebody that really personifies what Miami Lakes is all about. And he's somebody that we all love. And I wanted to take a moment, and I'm sure the whole council, I know the Elderly Affairs Committee is going to want to say a few words after we present this. But I want to ask Gabriel to come join us from the Pampered Chef. Gabriel. So on behalf of the town, we wanted to present this to you because you're more than deserving, right? You're somebody, and I'm going to pass the microphone down after we present this because I'm sure everybody's going to want to say a few words. Miami Lakes resident and owner of Trattoria Pampered Chef, Nashat Gabriel, has a wide variety of excellent experience about Italian food. He not only was a chef in Rome from 1974 to 1983, but he also worked for a long time as a chef in different European countries. Trattoria Pampered Chef began in Coconut Grove in 1989. He then brought it to Miami Lakes in 1994. He created this restaurant to provide good quality food, services, and hospitality. And whereas over the years, Pampered Chef has supported many charities by providing food and supplies, and during the COVID-19 pandemic, provided food for volunteers serving the community and transported supplies when needed. And whereas the restaurant has hosted over the years many celebrities, elected officials, company dinners, charity fundraisers, and everyday customer. And whereas Nashat Gabriel has been published in many international publications and established as one of the best Italian restaurants in South Florida. And now, therefore, I, Manny Sid, Mayor of the Town of Miami Lakes, on behalf of the Town Council and the residents, 33,000 residents of Miami Lakes, do hereby proclaim March 14th, 2024 as Nashat Gabriel Day in the Town of Miami Lakes.
First, I'd like to say thank you for all of you. Thank you for all the community and everyone live in Miami Lakes. And it's my honor to be here to join you, and all the honor for all of you. Thank you and have a blessing day and the same time.
Sure. Well, I guess where do I start? So Gabriel has known my family for a very long time, beginning with my father when they used to go to the gym together all the time. And over the years, I've been able myself to go ahead and get to know you and the gentleman that you are. Some of it was talked about in the proclamation, the times that you've hosted the Elderly Affairs Committee, the work that you did during the COVID pandemic. But it also, for any group or any person really, you have always opened up your cafe to be home away from home, right? And I always appreciate that. Every time we come to see you, you're always so accommodating, and you know, you just radiate the goodness from your heart. And you know, I ask you to continue to do that, and you know, God bless you and the family. You know, I see they're all here, and I'm sure they're all very proud. So congratulations on this great honor.
I feel like it's Groundhog Day, and because the same story that the mayor shared, you know, that Josh shared, it's the same story that continues to kind of be reflected even among the Elderly Affairs Committee here. Many, many years ago, 20 years ago, you know, we were involved with the town, as the mayor said, even with his predecessors, and you always welcomed everybody. It didn't matter if that was a friend of somebody else's or an enemy of somebody else's. Politics was laid to rest outdoors, and indoors, that was a home. And you made sure that everybody felt welcome. And I think that's really the spirit that I'd like to share about my experience with Gabriel, and I'm so honored that your family is here. But they know more than anybody else who you are, right? But this community has really cherished you, and you have always made us always feel like we're at home. We can't leave without having wine, right? Like there's certain rules, right? Or an espresso, but or anything. But that is just who you are. You're a good human being. You want to make people feel special, welcomed, and that's something that we'll always cherish about you, Gabriel. So thank you so much for always giving back. Thank you.
Hi, Gabriel. We know the gentleman. I know him for the past 8 years. Anytime I have to go in for something, his doors are always open for us. The Elderly Affairs Committee, the Veterans Committee, the American Legion, he's always present. Whenever I ask for something, he says, "You got it, Pedro. We'll do it for you." Thank you, Gabriel. You deserve that and many more. Thank you.
Hi, Gabriel. You've always been there for me in the Elderly Affairs Committee. One time, there was somebody who was going to sponsor it, and they were late, and we were getting nervous. You stepped right up. If you need me, I'll be there. So we thank you so much for everything you've done for us.
Well, Gabriel, I've known you for many, many years too. And we've always had a great time whenever we go to your restaurant. You're always so graceful and so generous. And And like Luis said, you never leave people leaving without having extra wine. So, and whenever we have needed you with the Elderly Affairs Committee, you have always been there for us. During the pandemic, you offer your place for us to have the meals and deliver them. So we really appreciate all your involvement with the community and all the things that you do for everybody every day. Thank you. And also the parties, the weddings, the baptisms, all the private parties, they're also great. Thank you.
So I can probably admit that I have tried every single thing on the menu at Trattoria Pampered Chef, but the best things are the secret Mediterranean menu. That's how you know things are serious, when kibe starts coming out and all of that food. Thank you very much for being the highest level of hospitality inside the town of Miami Lakes is at Trattoria Pampered Chef. It really feels like home. Thank you.
Gabriel, what more can I say that hasn't already been said? You treat us all like family. You are a member of the Miami Lakes family. We love you tremendously. And for the last 20 years, every time that we've knocked on your door, I can't ever remember you saying no to anyone, to any organization, to any school, to any fundraiser. You truly care about this community, and that is why you are so beloved to us, and we treat you like family the same way that you treat us. Thank you so much.
I just want to thank you and your family. For decades, you've been Miami Lakes kitchen table, the family kitchen table. Everybody who goes there feels like they're at their home. You made them feel that way. First time I met you, same story. You didn't know me, and you said, anything you need, you don't hesitate to ask. So I want to thank you and your family for just being part of us for decades. Thank you so much. We much appreciate everything you've done.
I keep talking.
Let's call this meeting to order. Yes. Let me see. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember Collazo.
Present.
Councilmember Ruano.
Present.
Councilmember Garcia.
Present.
Councilmember Diegues.
Here.
Vice Mayor Fernandez.
Present.
Mayor Sid.
Present.
Mayor, you have quorum.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Let's all rise for the prayer led by Pastor Juan Sancho from Metro Praise International, Miami.
Thank you. Father, we come in your name. Thank you, Lord, for these representatives, all the people here. And I ask, Father, you give them wisdom, Lord. We know that it's not easy to govern, Lord, a city, on there. But we know you're a God of order. And I just pray, Lord, that you bring these councilmen, the mayor, and all the staff here wisdom, Lord, to do the task you call them to do, Lord. For your word says you appoint people by your will, and you appointed them by name before they were born. And I pray that they will do what's right, according to their conscience, Lord. I pray you lead them. And I pray for the city of Miami Lakes, Lord. I pray that you will have a thing to give them wisdom to anoint them, Lord, to bring here up prosperity, Lord. I know there are people in need here, Lord. And I just pray, Lord, that you will meet their needs, or meet emotional needs, meet financial needs, budgets, Lord. And I pray that as people seek you, Lord, that their finances will increase, Lord. And I pray because you're not because you give us more, we follow you, but because we depend on you, God. And I pray right now that there'll be a spirit of dependency upon you, to seek you in our finances, to seek you in our decision making, to seek you in every aspect in our lives. And I thank you, Lord, for what you called everyone here to do. I know there's certain positions people are seeking, and I just pray, Lord, you have your way in those positions. And I pray also for the people here that they will seek to do the good that you called to do in the city, Lord. And I pray right now that the decisions we'll make here will be founded on loving you and loving people, Lord. In the name of Jesus Christ, amen.
Thank you, Pastor Sancho. Remain standing for the presentation of colors led by Girl Scouts of America of Miami Lakes, Troop 902. Thank you to the Girl Scouts of America, Troop 902, Miami Lakes. You may be seated. We have Commissioner Fernandez with the Better You Minute.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Good evening, council members, residents, and staff of the town that is growing beautifully, Miami Lakes. Have you ever thought about who your friends are? Do they all look like you? Do they all think like you? Do they all like what you like? Do you always agree on everything? I have found that friendship isn't about always agreeing with someone, rather bringing out the best in another person. Breaking out of the mold can be tough, but meeting new people and making new friends who are different and think differently is a good thing. It can help us think differently and see things in a different perspective. Let's reflect a bit on our friendships and see how we can befriend difference.
Thank you, Commissioner Fernandez. We're on to the order of business, deferrals, additions, deletions. Council.
Mayor, I have a few. I want to pull 10B and 10C from consent. And I would like to move up 14C to right of after public comments.
14C. Okay. 14, let me write that down.
And then I would like to defer 14G.
14G, deferred, pulled from consent. All right, we pulled from consent items 10B and 10C, and then we're moving up to after public comments, 14C, and additionally, we are deferring to a time certain.
Next council meeting.
To the next council meeting, Madam Clerk, 14G. I know the attorney wanted to give his report before new business items or move it up to, depending on his time. So we'll take up the attorney's report right before new business items. If everybody's okay with that, that's moving up 17. Item 17 to right before new business items. So just once more, we pulled from consent 10B, 10C. We are deferring 14G, and then 14C is after public comments. Are there any other deferrals, additions, deletions at this moment? Seeing none, are there any motions on the table?
I'll move it.
Oh, second.
There's a motion and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Seeing none, the motion passes. Madam Clerk.
Good evening, and good evening to the public comments section of the agenda. All comments or questions from this attending public shall be directed to the mayor in a courteous tone, and to ensure the orderly conduct and efficiency of the meeting, public comments shall be limited to 3 minutes maximum. For those that are participating online via Zoom, what I just want to remind you is if you wish to speak, please raise your hand by clicking on the reactions icon and selecting raise hand. IT will then allow each participant to speak one at a time. And if you're also participating via Zoom, but via the phone as well, if you wish to speak, please raise your hand by pressing #9. If you're here, welcome. Just approach the podium, state your name and address for the record.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor. How you doing? My name is Juan Medeiros. I live at 8746 Northwest 142nd Street. I've lived in the town of Miami Lakes for 23 years. Thank you for allowing me the opportunity to speak. I'm here today just for my property alone. I'm here to ask for a personal exemption. Over the last week and a half, crews belonging to the town have been coming around my immediate neighborhood. They're removing trees and they're proposing to plant trees. I'm asking for an exemption to not have a tree planted on my swale. I understand it's town property. There are 3 reasons for that. The first reason is there's a street pole lamp that brightly lights my street. It provides me with an unobstructed view in front of my property. It's good for me for security reasons when I'm driving into my house and driving away from my house. It lights up the sidewalk, so a tree there would block the light. The second reason is that if a tree is planted in front of my house, it's going to increase my property maintenance costs by cleaning up leaves, debris. I'm pretty sure I cannot touch the tree for any reason because it's it's a town property. So that's another reason. The third biggest reason is right by my house and my neighbor's house is a water drainage that in times of heavy rain, it floods very easily. So I alone make a concerted effort in my immediate area to keep the leaves free of the water drainage to make sure it doesn't flood. And I've lived there for over 23 years. I do not have 10 cars in front of my house. It's just my wife and I. We don't park on the swale. It provides me with a clear and unobstructed view of my property. So I've called the town tree arborist, the office. I've left emails, not harassing, but I've asked to speak to someone. None of them have returned, nobody's returned my call, so that's the reason why I'm here today. So what I'm asking for is just an exemption to not have a tree planted in front of my property. And I prefer it that way for the last 23 years.
Got it. Either the manager or Tony, if you guys can call, or Jeremy, you're in charge of that program? Okay, Jeremy's the head of that program, so he's gonna, right there, Jeremy Badgewan.
Thank you.
No problem, no problem. Thank you.
Esther Cullen, 6855 Acacia Place. Good evening, Mayor, council members, Madam Clerk, Mr. Peterman, and staff. May we all be in favor, have a productive meeting for the benefit of the town and our residents. Glad to read the proposed recommendation from the town manager that the farmers market returns to Main Street and our neighbors and friends can continue to enjoy the outdoors and gather in our community. Just realized you're sitting somewhere else. I'm in support of 13A, resolution of the town council of the town of Miami Lakes, Florida, requesting the chief judge to appoint a county judge to the town canvassing board pursuant to Florida statutes. Thank you, Mr. Peterman and Madam Clerk Iguanzo. I also support new business presented by Vice Mayor Fernandez of vapor restrictions, but would like to see an expansion to outdoor town events, as it's real uncomfortable sitting in a concert in Veterans Park and have someone sitting next to you vaping when you really don't know what they're smoking. Thank you, and let's have a blessed evening. Thank you.
Thank you. God bless.
Martha Mendez, we have a new view of the speakers and the dais. Nice coloring. I'm here today because of what happened last week. A gas leak, Main Street and 67. The following day, the flood. We didn't have boats ready, so we weren't prepared. I'm here to thank Councilman Diegues. You had nothing to do with it. But thank you, Councilman, because we knew nothing. We out there just heard, don't go on 67th Avenue. The kids were going to school. It affected this area, it didn't affect the west side. And nobody from the town knew anything. Or they didn't put it on the webpage, they didn't do anything about it. I would like the town to let me know and not beg for one of you to let me know what's happening. As a matter of fact, we got wrong information. One of the council members told us we had to boil water. There was no such order, right, Mr. Garcia? There was no such order. And Mr. Diegues was right enough to say no boil water. I don't understand why the town, if there's a rainstorm or lightning or a hurricane, they flash it in my house phone, my cell phone, it comes as an email. Something has to be done to inform the residents. We cannot be calling town hall every 5 minutes to see who can help us or tell us. because we don't know what's happening, and you do. I need for this town to communicate to the residents what's happening. The other point is, and this has been my beef for the longest time because I am very punctual. I come here early enough, so I'm here at 6:30, no matter what. And then I get here, and you haven't done the awards yet. This is, it's lack of respect to the residents that come here. Do the awards some other day, because you obviously cannot handle everything on the same day. And meet at 6:30 like you tell us to be here. And I'm usually here because I have to speak to you about something. I'm sorry he had nothing to do with it. Mr. Dieguez, thank you very much.
Yeah, I'm a little better looking, but.
Thanks, Mita.
Good evening, council members, Mr. Mayor, town clerk, town manager. So I'm just here to speak on something that's just, I've seen across just in my school, and then I've seen it across varied schools that I've visited, specifically here in the town of Miami Lakes. I've gone to other schools in Doral. I've gone to schools all over the district, and I know you guys don't have a lot of control in what happens with the school because you guys have no authority over it. But I would like to say that when it comes to flag codes, a lot of the schools are not meeting the flag codes required by the state nor the federal government. Specifically at my school, there isn't, the flag isn't lit at night, so both the American flag and the Florida flag are they're dark at night. And then I've also noticed, I'm not sure in Miami Lakes Educational Center, but I have noticed that it's very, very dark at night. And a lot of the times the flags aren't met by what is required. So if there's something that can be done to the regard of asking the board member or just the school board to look into it, I'd highly appreciate it. And then on top of that, I just want to just general question for the council, maybe if somebody can answer it, because I had spoken to Victoria about it, and I guess there was some sort of confusion. So Vice Mayor Fernandez had passed something for the EAB for there to be a student position. I just would like some clarification and some general consensus as to what the intention of the position was. And it's very plain. Like I read it. I kind of pushed for it with you. But what I want to know is if there's any oversight from the council as a whole over that position specifically, because I have noticed that there, again, the old memorandum, resolution, I don't know what you guys call it, because you guys use a lot of fancy language, but either way, the old one didn't really specify any sort of term limit, all the stuff that was fixed in the new document. But my thing is, I want there at least to be some sort of clarification for when the time comes around as to what the council specifically has to do to oversight that position specifically, because it's one of the few positions across the board that everyone has to agree on, because it's one person representing the interests, I would suppose, of every council member. So I would want to see if there's some sort of oversight on your behalf and not just the committees. So again, any sort of clarification that can be provided, I would really appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you, Diane.
Bonnie Cintron, 14770 Lewis Road. Just have a quick statement. I'm just pleased that we're having a special election, because I feel good about having a chance to vote on someone to fill the empty seat. And I just wanted to say, I know there was a bit of turmoil to get it done, but I'm glad it turned out that way. So thank you for the opportunity to vote. Thank you.
Thank you, Bonnie.
Mario Panera, 8825 Northwest 151st Terrace. Wanted to thank the council members and for coming out to Timothy Potts' celebration of life. It was a beautiful celebration. We had over, I think, 200 members out there, a lot of players. It was really great to see you. I know the mayor said a couple words. That was wonderful. I know Tony was there. For the other council members who couldn't make it, I know you had some other prior commitments, but I thank you for trying. Again, the family thanks you. And the community was great. We had a great outcome. The family really, really, really enjoyed it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mario, for some of the folks in the crowd watching at home and in the community. Tim Potts was all the folks that coach the sports in the town, they're all volunteers. Tim Potts was a long-time volunteer for our flag football program. Tim is a great person, great man. He had the best mango tree in northwest Miami-Dade County. Really, really awesome human being. I mean, he coached my son. Always spoke. Was one of these coaches that was super positive. Even when a kid missed a pass, I remember Manny a couple times missed a pass in the end zone. Always, hey man, don't worry about it. Next one. And when we finally caught one, he was the first guy that gave him a hug. So, we missed him and we prayed for his family. I know Tim loved his son Timmy so much. He's at Goldman. He's one of the football players at Goldman, and just keep that family in your prayers, because I think that was unprecedented. His untimely death is something has never happened in our town, where somebody is volunteering for our community and passes away while volunteering. And I think it definitely impacted a lot of us, and we miss him. And please keep his entire family in your prayers, and may God bless his soul.
So just to double check, I only see one participant in video and Zoom. It's the number ending in 8788. If you wish to speak, please just unmute yourself. And I just want to make a correction. I want to correct myself. Earlier I said that if you were via public comments but via phone, you need to raise your hand by pressing asterisk number 9. Okay, not hashtag, as I mentioned earlier. So it would be pressing asterisk number 9. And again, if you are, please just unmute yourself, and welcome to our regular council meeting. IT, I see that the person that called is raising the hand, so please allow them to speak.
Esperanza Reynolds, 8465 Menzies Terrace. That was difficult. It kept on telling me that I was muted until it finally recognized that I was trying to raise the hand. So my public comment is, first, I would ask to please send an email to all homeowners association, houses of worship, schools, businesses, and a town-wide email suggesting that everyone becomes familiar with the fact that we do have an election on April 9th, because the more we ride bikes and ask people, most people are not aware that we're having an election. Second, on April 13, 2024, the city of Doral is hosting an HOA condo informational session at its Cultural Arts Center. And that is where people such as the Florida Department of Business and Professional Regulation, otherwise known as DBPR, will be present with attorneys, legislators, the police department, and Economic Crimes Bureau. And they are all going to discuss all of the new things that are happening with homeowners associations. Very important meeting. I actually hope that we emulate and do one in Miami Lakes. As for committee reports, I read the submission that will be done by the Mental Health Counseling Group, and the mission of Mental Health Task Force that they are publishing is to be dedicated to navigating mental health discussion and issues facing Miami Lakers. And I respectfully suggest that it be changed to identify contributing factors to the increasing mental health needs of our community, to focus mainly on children, veterans, the elderly, and special needs. There's so much in the news nowadays of people seeming to have incredible problems and so many very awkward things happening that is very concerning. And we suggest that for children, we remove them from social media. For veterans, that we involve them in teaching us how to be safe in the future. And that exercise every day will also keep them very focused on our well-being. And for seniors and elderly, that we actually not only interact, but we remove all of these impediments that technology seems to be forcing the elderly to feel disenfranchised. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Esperanza.
Mayor, I don't see any other participant remotely.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Public comments is closed. We're moving on to the next items, which is appointments. We have Pilar Fernandez to the Youth Activities Task Force by Councilman Luis E. Collazo. Is Mrs. Fernandez here tonight? If you could stand up, thank you for volunteering here in our community. Thank you. Thank you so much for giving back. Folks like you are what make our community great. Thank you.
Mayor, can I have a moment of personal privilege?
Yes, Councilman Collazo.
Thank you. You know, one of the things that that we have the opportunity to do is appoint individuals that we believe can add value and volunteer to the community. And many years ago, I had the opportunity to get elected, and one of the first things I did is I appointed the person who ran against me. And a lot of people said, "Why would you do that? You know, why would you run and have somebody go out there and run against you, and then you appoint them? You didn't have to do that." And you're right. It's not something that I had to do, right? But at the end of the day, what I heard loud and clear was during the debates was each of the candidates that's running for office don't believe that we're acting like we should, right? That we're acting petty, that this council is not what they want to represent them. And I believe that change starts by our actions, right? By nominating my friend's opponent's wife to the committee, right, is a subtle action, but it's an action to take a step forward, right? It's an action, just like Councilman Garcia said, the right thing to do is to name that podium after Mita Mendez, even though she didn't agree with all of us, right? But it was that bravery and that completely apolitical thing, right, to do, to make sure that we're setting a good example for them, right? That we are not, right, the council that those candidates say that we are, or that this town believes that we are. And I think moments like this give us each an opportunity to kind of make that step, to take that step forward. And I was proud to nominate Pilar. I think she's going to add great value. And I'm still voting for Josh, but I think she's going to do a great job and add great value to our town, and it's more than my honor to sponsor her as a volunteer. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Collazo, and I just want to put on the record that your actions do not go unnoticed. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Collazo and Vice Mayor. Thank you, Pilar, for volunteering. Moving on to the Mental Health Task Force. Madam Chair, welcome.
All right. It's my first time, my first rodeo. Good evening, Mayor, Town Council, Town Manager, and Town Clerk. My name is Lindsay Wallach, and I'm the Chair for the Mental Health Task Force. And I'm here to do my first committee report for you. The Mental Health Task Force has been working. We finally have been able to meet quorum, and we have a great group of individuals who have committed to raising awareness and providing more resources in the town of Miami Lakes. We have now, we've been working towards redoing the website, in which we plan on adding a lot of resources on there for children, and kind of narrowing it down and making it really accessible for the community. We've also made flyers, and for this year, we want to start off with some events. And I wanted to present that for the for the month of May, which is Mental Health Awareness Month. We want to start doing some sort of a resource fair, when we provide those resources that we've been working on putting together. And then for September, we want to do a suicide prevention walk. September is Suicide Awareness Prevention Month. I've also wanted to present the idea of a workshop. I spoke with actually Robin right over here, who was trying to do something with the elderly committee in just educating the community on what the police department is doing and how they're getting trained with mental health resources so when they get called out to these cases. And I think it's important that a lot of people don't understand that they are getting training, that Miami-Dade is working on getting better. We also spoke about, like, they have the new crisis response team, and just how that's getting incorporated. So I think it would be really important to, like, educate our community, right? So that they know what they are really working on. And that's what I have so far. I've also put in there a request for budget because we don't have one. And I kind of broke it down into what that money would be put into, just to kind of get stuff made for these events, to print out the flyers that we've made, maybe get some stress balls and stuff like that to just kind of give out to the community.
And Lindsay, one of the things that I would like to see you guys do, and this is something that Councilman Collazo had started during the pandemic, was the mental health Thursdays. I don't know if you remember, we used to do all
Yeah,
those
we used
videos
to do
back-
those, yeah.
Got it. So they still pop up on social media, on the town social
That'd be
media?
great.
Okay, because
Yeah.
that was powerful, and the amount of people that were like, I remember we would start off, it's okay not to be okay, right?
Yeah,
And some people
and
were
then
like,
provide resources, right, or what's going on, and reflect it. But I don't. So and maybe I need more guidance on that and how it works with the social media team and how I can get that going. That would be great if we have access to the town social media.
yeah, I would love to see it. So just send an email to your liaison, work
Perfect.
through your liaison, and ask for that. So,
Okay, sounds good.
any other questions of our chair?
Yeah, no, I wanted to say something, Mayor, and I really just wanted to thank Lindsay. You know, just not being a champion, by leading by example. You have some great people on that committee, and I know you got some hustlers that are out there pounding the pavement, and Gary told me there's some sponsorships that are possibly coming in to help subsidize some of that activity, and I think that's great. But I want to put kind of you in the limelight. You walk the walk and talk the talk, right? You yourself are sponsoring mental health awareness here. You're wrapping one of our public work vehicles, and I wanted to thank you for that.
Appreciate that, thank you.
Because you're not going to celebrate it. Nobody's going to toot your own horn, but I did want to thank you for that and sponsoring that, and thank you so much.
Appreciate that. Thank you. That's it. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
All right.
Have a good night.
You too.
I did skip an item, 14C, then we'll get on to education and blasting. So it's 14C, and then we'll get on education and blasting.
Awesome. So 14C is my item, but it requires a waiver.
I'll move it.
I'll second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? The motion passes.
Alrighty, so this is a continuation of the item that we heard briefly last council meeting. However, there were some difficulties scheduling-wise in getting the draft resolution in front of the council. So I think just to give all of my colleagues the opportunity to take it in and beat it up, and to give the members of the public the opportunity to do the same, I'm going to ask that the students come back in April. However, they are prepared to speak on it and refresh our minds about what it entails. I've asked them to keep the presentation under 5 minutes, which they've agreed and been rehearsing to do. So with that, I'd like to yield the floor to them. Thank you.
Mayor Manny Sid, Vice Mayor Tony Fernandez, accompanying council members, and any other guests here today. Our resolution aims to establish a youth advisory board for the town of Miami Lakes. This advisory board will inform the town council of the opinions of the youth of Miami Lakes on any issue being discussed by the town council.
It differs from previously established youth councils, such as the Youth Activities Task Force, as our youth council will instead shadow council members and directly speak to the council on the perspectives of youth in the community. Similarly, the council will advise members of the youth council, while the Youth Activities Task Force creates events for the community. We have previously gone into contact with said task force and observed how they run, how they include youth into government, and how they are giving youth responsibility in their community, as well as the differences between the ways in which our proposed policy would operate in their committee and their committee currently operates. Outside the Youth Activities Task Force, we have contacted Dr. Davidson Smith and Connie Greglin, whom we briefly spoke to over email. Though they admitted it wasn't in their immediate wheelhouse, they did express their support towards our plan. We also discussed our views with Kelly Seigel-Stelcher, who believed that it was a good idea to have student representation through our youth council. However, she expressed that a youth council with too many requirements for students to meet may result in a meager amount of applications and attendance. To address this concern, we have lowered the criteria for the minimum GPA to 2.5 from the previous 3.0. This youth council aims to provide more government representation to the youth and provide more civic engagement and civic education to the youth in our community. It has shown that youth want to be engaged but doesn't have the opportunities or platform to. For example, according to the NCES standards, only 13% of students scored proficient in U.S. history in 2022, and that number has dropped 2% since 2018. Further research shows that youth volunteer rates have gone up, but youth voting has gone down. Surveys have also shown that while youth want to be politically engaged, they tend to feel like they lack enough education in government to do so. We highly appreciate everything the town council does to support civically minded youth. For example, letting us come here and talk about our policy and resolution. However, it is admittedly somewhat of a high standard, and it is difficult for most kids and teenagers to imagine participating in the council directly, today or in the future. The implementation of a youth advisory board would make it less intimidating to engage in as someone who is not yet an adult, and would be a huge step in encouraging the youth to participate in their government in the present and in the future.
Our resolution has 8 sections. Section 1 details recitals. Section 2 establishes the Miami Lakes Youth Advisory Board. Section 3 details the composition and terms of service. There will be 7 Youth Advisory Board appointees. Each will serve for 1 year with the chance of reappointment until the age of 18. The resolution states that to be considered a candidate, you must be a resident of Miami Lakes or be enrolled in a middle or high school represented in the town's Education Advisory Board. Be the ages 13 through 18 and have an unweighted GPA of at least 2.5. Section 4 establishes the rules and procedures of meetings and record keeping. Meetings will be held on the first Tuesday of every month or when called upon. Section 5 outlines a procedure for continuous absences from meetings. If an appointee has 3 unexcused consecutive absences, they shall be removed from their seat. Absences must be excused by the town council member who appointed them. Section 6 puts forth the liaison to facilitate the dealings of the Youth Advisory Board. The liaison will be appointed by the town manager. The liaison will serve for a month and then be rotated out. Each member will serve twice. Section 7 lists the enumerated powers being given to the Youth Advisory Board's members. The appointees will advise the town council on significant and pertinent matters relating to the youth, as well as informing them on the opinions and beliefs of the youth on any matter that the town council so happens to be discussing. They will aid the town council members in incorporating the youth perspective in legislative and policy decisions, and they will be provided with the opportunity to shadow town council members. Section 8 provides an effective date for this ordinance. Thank you. We will now be taking any questions.
Council? Questions? Yep.
I think that was a great presentation. The last one was as good as well. I think this is very well thought out, and the fact that you're trying to actually shadow, us and give us your point of view, which honestly I do have teenage kids myself, but it's hard to understand, what they're going through and things like that, and the fact that you're willing to put yourself out there, volunteer your hours to kind of educate us on what your needs are, get it directly from you, because we kind of lose perspective, even though we have kids, we lose perspective of what it means to walk in your shoes. So I think this is a great idea, and you have my full support.
Councilman
Mr. Mayor,
Diaz.
thank you. I'm going to support it at this juncture, but I do think it needs some work. I had a chance to look it over, and I definitely have some input, so I would encourage you to please get with our assistant, Ms. Victoria Martinez, and try and schedule an appointment with me so I can workshop this with you guys. But I will support to move this forward at this time.
Anyone else? Council? No, good job. So, Councilman, Vice Mayor, this is the resolution we're voting on tonight?
That is the resolution, but my recommendation is not that we vote on it tonight, since we, it only made it up here right before the council meeting. I'd rather give everybody time, and it sounds like Councilman Dieguez has some input too, so I want to give him the opportunity to have the same opportunity that I had to work with the students.
And what was the motion that you proposed?
There's no motion. I'll bring the item back next week. I don't know, next month. I don't know if I need a formal motion to do that, or if I just put it on the agenda for next month.
Sounds good. So I would highly recommend setting up individual meetings, like you heard Councilman Dieguez reach out. I don't know if you've all met Victoria, but reach out to Victoria and just start setting up some meetings. So, yeah, it's part of the process, right? So I think that's it's part of our Republic style, right? Going through these different conversations, getting everybody's feedback. You might get a different idea. You might tweak things. So I think it's a really good process. But good job. You're heading.
Ultimately, to the mayor's point, ultimately it yields a better product. I also wanted to thank Deputy Town Attorney Kobiella for also working through this and helping them out. Thank you.
Thank you, guys. Good job. Good job. Education Advisory Board?
Good evening, Council. Mario Panera, Education Advisory Board Chair. As you can see from our report, our budget hasn't changed from previous years. We're still supplementing the schools with the vocabulary and the STEM education. We also continue to fund the Imagination Library and the Friends of the Library. As far as events, the only thing that we've done since we last reported was in December 9th. We collaborated with the Culture Affairs Committee at the Mrs. Claus Holiday Book Reading, and we distributed books. We're also collaborating with the schools, the local schools, for a informational digital flyer. I know the mayor brought this to us. We're about to finish that. I think we have one school that's left to send us their information. So we're about to launch that as soon as we get that. The senior banners as well, that program is up and going. I believe we have 10 senior banners now. We're waiting to get a few more. I know it's still early. We also have the Miami Lakes Future Leadership Scholarship. That's going on as well. I think we have one nomination or two. We're waiting to get a few more before we decide on the winner. Again, and then we have the EAB student member position. We're waiting for nominations for candidates to sign up for that, for us to vote on who's going to be the next EAB student member. I know that the gentleman had a few questions about that. I know some of our concerns were we were going to do it a school year, not a calendar year, because it works better for us to be the school year instead of a regular calendar year how we have it. So that was one of the issues. As far as the responsibilities, just so we're all clear, they're our voice in the schools. They're the voice of the children. We want to see what the children in the schools want to see from the EAB, not just the teachers and administration. We want to see what the students would like to see from the town. What else? We do have a couple of, the only other thing we do have on May 10th, we have the EAB Third Annual Education Advisory Awards of Excellence. If you could all be there, that would be excellent. This is the third year we have. It's a great event that we have. We also have, for your consideration, I know this has been approved by you, but we want to see if we get it going on, is the first annual Miami Lakes Spelling Bee competition. So that's the only thing that we have for consideration from you guys. Other than that, everything is still the same. Any questions?
Yes. Good job, Chairman. One thing I would love to see you guys start doing, especially on the literacy front, is taking a more active role in the Little Free Library program that we had. I had several residents reach out to me saying that some of them, they're very active, right? I went by one the other day. It was full of books, people showing up. It's on a map. But they need TLC, they need follow-up, and I just think I would love for you guys, maybe one of you guys assign a member, hey, you know, once every 2 months, swing by the 3, 4 that are around town and just check up on them. You know what I mean? Because I think that's part of the literacy, and I would love to see somebody at least wrap their arms around
Would it be
program.
possible to do a book donation box here at the town for members to drop off books that maybe we could pick up and drop into these little libraries? The issue that we have in some of these libraries is just getting books for them. You know, we don't have a budget for it on the EAB. We do depend on donations for those books.
The libraries are full. The problem is, I sponsored one in my neighborhood. I believe former Vice Mayor Rodriguez sponsored one. But as they get damaged, if you don't sponsor another one, they get removed.
I see.
Right? So what happens is, after that initial push, I think what the mayor is trying to say is, after that initial push, we got a bunch of people to sponsor some, and now they're kind of going away because they are made by, I believe, the Amish. They're made out of wood, right? So if you don't paint them with materials that kind of protect them from the elements, wood decays over time, and that's what's happening, right?
Okay.
At least the one that I remember by Miami Lakes Elementary got vandalized to the point where a door got ripped off, and because I don't know if it was vandalized or maybe overutilized, but it would be.
Is the issue then books, or is the issue the
no, they're
maintenance
stuffed with
of
books.
So it's not books is the issue. It's just the.
We need more, or they need to be TLC, like the mayor said. They're getting
maybe a community service project where they can
There
be
you go.
revamped or varnished or painted?
Or perhaps one of the wood shops in one of the schools could help us out as well. So maybe I'll talk to the schools with that.
But I think that's the issue, that we've gotten some are getting point where they need TLC again, or we need to embed more because they're very popular.
Okay. Any other questions?
More of a statement. Thank you again, Chairman. Your committee does amazing work, constantly doing things, always coming up with new ideas. And I want to thank you for everything you've done, all the sacrifices and hours your committee has done to help the kids in the community. Thank you again.
Thank you. Thank you, Council.
Thank you, Chairman. We're on to the Blasting Advisory Board.
Good evening, Council. Rudy Blanco, let's see, Vice Chairman, Acting Chairman, soon-to-be Secretary, probably Treasurer too, and Acting Member, Lobbyist. No, just kidding. Acting Chairman. Good evening again, Council. My main thing for the main theme, I think, for today is that we're still standing, and we won't give up. That I know for sure. Whether it's me or whether it's somebody else, but we won't give up on this issue, and I won't give up on this issue. But we need your help. So Luis, Tony, Mayor, Ray, Marilyn, who just stepped out, and Josh, we need more members, and we'll get to that as soon as Steve gives the report. But we need new members, qualified members, good members that are really, really into this blasting issue, which we have to get resolved one way or another, whether it's now, in a month, a year, but the sooner the better. And I'm here to make that sure, whether it's a transition, I don't know how long it'll take. I'm a resident of Miami Lakes, live here too, do business here too, and this is one of those top issues that we just got to get resolved. So I'll pass it over now to Steve, because Steve, prepared most of this report. and which is very comprehensive, very good. I could add some things later on, some other events, some other suggestions that I think will be important to the board, and some other upcoming meetings that I'm going to be having, Steve will be having, and the rest of the board too, with other officials in town at the state level and even at the federal level. If I have to take it to the federal level, which I already have, I'll do it too. So, let me pass it over to Steve.
Real quick, Rudy, and before we get into the meat of the report, Victoria, do we have any pending folks' applications for blasting advisory? Got it. Okay.
Okay.
We're gonna have to put something out to get some folks. So okay.
And we'll get to that later. Go ahead, Steve.
Yeah. So yeah, I mean that's going to be our biggest ask to you guys. Good evening, everybody. So you check the report. As you know, biggest update is we went up to Tallahassee. Councilwoman Arano, Vice Mayor Hernandez were with us as well, and we appreciate that. And we had that workshop. Took about an hour of the agenda's time, so we did appreciate the chair giving us that hour. Ultimately, though, the bill did not progress even out through committee, which we all know. Of course, we're disappointed about that. The purpose of the workshop, one of the things that Representative Fabricio discussed, and he discussed at the end of the workshop, was using what the mining industry, let's just call it that way, mining industry put on the record, and to get an OPAGA study, which would hopefully provide more support this time from a state agency to try to push the bill. Hopefully, as Representative Fabricio becomes more senior there, he'll have more leeway and try to get this on an agenda. But that was the results. Now, ultimately, the conclusion and the position the miners took was a little surprising in that they did not admit that they don't cause damage. They actually did admit that they cause damage, which is good to hear, except they decided that they only cause superficial damage. They don't actually cause damage to our homes. And as the Vice Mayor pointed out, the rock that they're pounding to make our homes, how are those blasts not actually damaging our homes? So we did have a time to make the presentation, and we had a few Q&As. I think about 3 or 4 representatives asked some questions. I was able to get a few more things there on the record, which is important, and that was the end of the workshop. Based off that, we'll see where we can go moving forward. We are working on trying to get the word out more. We're going to try to speak with HOAs. We'll be discussing that at the next meeting. Again, it's all about education and trying to get more pressure politically, and that isn't just with the legislator, that is with the CFO's office as well, the county level, town level, and very importantly, which is one of the asks from you guys, is municipally wide, right? We want to work with Miramar, we want to work with Hialeah Gardens, we want to work with Hialeah, we want to work with Doral, and you guys with the League of Cities and things like that can help us get that really secured, because right now we have us, the BAB, which is getting smaller. The chairman, Martinez, had to resign due to his job with Miami-Dade County. We have Representative Fabricio, and for about a week we had Miami-Dade County, and I'm not sure how much efforts they actually put in. So that's it. So if we can get other towns to actually have their lobbying efforts out there, and a consistent message, which we already discussed, that we want to share our materials with those towns, that would hopefully help us out. So that's one of the asks is that. The next ask is members, and obviously that's a big issue for us. Right now we have 6 members. And not that it's a bad thing. I'd rather have 6 good members than 14 that don't show up. But I'll be leaving at some point. I believe I have to leave by August. And who knows who else on the board might leave. So we need new members. In here I say people that are lawyers, construction, architects, and that's good, and that would be great. But at the end of the day, we just need people that are committed, that want to take the time and effort to do this. We're not here planning bike rides and things like that. It's not as exciting, though it's very important. So we do ask that you all, please, speak to me, speak to Rudy. We need, I would say, at least 2 new members, and we want them as soon as possible, because we want to be able to have some flow. With Miguel leaving and I'm going to be leaving in August, we want to have some flow in over the next few months to really get them caught up, because there's a lot to take in. It's taken a long time for me and others to really understand what's going on with our job on the board. And then our budget's pretty good. Last year we finally got a set budget. We're at $7,500. I have an estimate. We definitely have some funds left over. If we ever had a bill go through committee, we'd probably have to, that budget may not be enough. We'd probably have to take 2 to 3 additional trips to actually make a good effort. But for now, the $7,500 works. We urge you guys to make sure that's in the next fiscal budget for us because it was a huge help to be able to just go and know that we could get the plane ticket paid for and go out to Tallahassee because we were called on a Friday afternoon. We were going on a plane Monday night. So that helps a lot. And again, the urge of getting new members. So I'm here to answer any questions. I very appreciate it. Thank you.
No, thank you guys for your efforts. I think you're onto something. Have you guys thought about going to Hialeah Gardens, Miramar, and doing a presentation there to start? Have you?
So the Miramar has a blasting advisory board. They don't, they're not as, I guess, strong as us in that I don't know how much, I don't believe they have a budget. I don't know how much they're pushing, but we have been working with them before. Hialeah Gardens, I don't believe we've ever tried to present anything specifically. We're happy to, that's a good idea. And get
No, but I
out there
think
too.
to do just that, ask their commissions, forget about the advisory board,
Yeah.
go directly to the commission and ask for a resolution directing their state lobbyists to join our efforts. I think that's a worthy effort to do a game plan.
I agree. That's,
okay.
We'll discuss that at the next meeting.
Doral, undoubtedly. I heard about it the other day in Doral. Yep. Okay. Councilman.
Yeah, and mine is less towards the committee. I just wanted to make sure that, we recognized the previous chair, all the work that he put forward to, and really if we could do something at the next meeting, really to honor Miguel. I know that he didn't want to go, right? It's a job that he took. It made him go. But he has been the champion that I believe deserves, is worthy of honor. Not that you guys are not worthy of it, but I don't think this committee would have been here if it wasn't for him and his advocacy and the work that he did with Councilwoman Morano in pushing that forward. So I wanted to make sure that we do something to honor him and just thank him publicly.
Right.
Thank you.
And that's one of the reasons why I urge you guys to try to, listen, I'll do it, I'm going to do it myself, but you guys have, no more people, or you are the people that people come up to and say, I can't stand this blasting. Well, okay, you want to do something about it? You have an opportunity now. And this really does have the opportunity to do something about it. It was a privilege to be up there and speaking on behalf of the board in front of the legislators and trying to speak on behalf of the town. But the loss of Miguel makes it even more important to make sure we get some new members and as soon as possible.
One of the ideas that just came to mind, maybe reaching out to that Miramar person. There's nothing that says that we can't appoint somebody
Correct.
from another local government, right, to be a member of your board, right? So
Correct.
if you have somebody that is spearheading that, that'll serve twofold, not just to get other cities involved, but actually for them to model after you guys. They're going to see what you're doing. You're going to be an inspiration to them. They're going to see how you guys do it, what's the process. So I would tell you, if you have some of those contacts in those other cities, those might be the appointees that we would do it. Now, they wouldn't meet every condition of membership, right? Maybe they're not town residents, but they definitely have something unique that they can contribute to that group, and we can definitely work with them. So just as you're looking to us, maybe that's something that you guys can say, hey, can we look at this person? And my positions are filled, but I'm pretty sure if you bring somebody forward, all the colleagues up here would be willing to sponsor somebody.
That's a good idea. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor.
Yes, Councilwoman Huron.
Thank you. I want to thank you guys for your efforts, as always. All the progress that we've made is because of your hard work. And you have been relentless and you have not given up. And I thank the previous chair, Mr. Martinez, for all of the countless hours that he put into this endeavor and the research that he's done. And I know that he's not here, but if he were here, he would ask us as council members, before we appoint someone, to be cautious of who we appoint. This is a committee that the information is very sensitive. The topic is a difficult one to handle. So it cannot just be anyone that gets appointed. It has to be someone that understands the magnitude and the sensitivity of what is being handled. So when we go out into the community, I have vacancies myself, and I have not been able to recruit anyone because, like Mr. Hertford said, it's not fun and exciting. But when we do recruit members of the community or neighboring communities, just make sure that we explain to them what is necessary as far as discretion and, being, having them, work in a fashion in which what happens in the committee is taken very seriously. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any further comments?
One further comment, Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Dieguez and Councilman Garcia.
Thank you. And piling on what everybody else has said, thank you both for your efforts. And I also would like to acknowledge the prior chair for all his efforts. I know it was a tremendous loss for all of us. I remember when he called to let me know that he would be resigning. We definitely lost a big champion. But I know that we're in your capable hands, and I want to specifically call out Stephen and thank you for your time in Tallahassee. Even though I got there a little later in the day, I was able to catch the exchange. And I did like the fact that you were able to point out certain counter narratives to the prevailing view of, well, you guys came to us later, right? You correctly pointed out that PSN was actually there a lot longer than Miami Lakes was. So I want to thank you for holding your own there and for taking the time out of your own pocket to go and advocate for our town. Thank you.
It's an honor to really do it, so no need to thank. Thank you.
I just want to say, Miguel, if you're listening, man, it's going to be those are shoes that will never be filled. He's not only a good person, he cares about the community, but he's a teacher. He's an educator. And I credit him for, giving me some we and science. Although I'm a nerd for that stuff, man, he made it easy. He made it easy, right? We were all better for it. We understand physics now better than ever. We understand, we can have a intelligent conversation now with representatives, of the state. Even engineers, you can have a discussion with them because Miguel taught us the fundamentals and the science behind why our structures are being damaged every single day. And then you sprinkle in the passion and the heart and the sacrifice, and the BAB is unstoppable. So, as a former member, I appreciate Miguel, I appreciate you, and we will bring more people on board who are as committed as you are, because the fight's not over. But I think we've made a lot of progress thanks to your hard work. Unfortunately, I could not make it this time, but I'll be there next time. Thank you again.
Thank you.
Vice Mayor.
I'd like to echo the sentiments of all of my colleagues that it's definitely a big loss. I think the progress will continue. I think that's what Miguel would want. You guys know I'm big on words, and Miguel has brought us such greats as liquefaction and spalling, and he has definitely done a lot to educate all of us on the physics of blasting and the community and those in Tallahassee, and so he will be greatly missed. And I think some sort of recognition is definitely duly in order. Thank you.
Thank you. Just wanted to make a motion directing staff to draft a letter to all the cities that the council can sign, requesting that they join our efforts.
Yeah, perfect.
A second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Seeing none, the motion passes. Thank you, guys.
Thank you, everybody. Thank you.
Want to give a shout out to Rudy real quick. A lot of people don't know this about Rudy, but he represents Maria Corina Machado, which is the last hope, really, right? One of those folks is for hope.
Absolutely. For Venezuela.
For Venezuelans. We know what's happening over there. We know July 28th and everything that's going on. But Rudy is...
It's crazy, but...
Her voice here on the ground in Miami, making sure that everything works well, that everything happens, because you have thousands of Venezuelans that still are able to vote here in the U.S., and Rudy's part of... I remember seeing you there, Rudy, but kudos to you for doing that, because I think that represents so much hope.
Yes.
She represents hope not only for Venezuelans, but people in Cuba, people all over South and Central America who don't have... Nicaraguans who don't have freedom today.
Absolutely. That's actually my passion, international law and Latin American experiences and studies. I'm one of the experts in civil and common law comparisons. And that's actually why maybe you don't see me so much in Miami Lakes, because I'm actually in the Brickell area, Coral Gables areas, and so forth down there, because that is my passion, international business, international law. But thank you, Manny, for bringing that up. As a matter of fact, she might be on, not in person, but live streamed in Shula's, the old Shula Steakhouse on Tuesday of next week. I know it's elections and everything else going on, but she's inducting her team, actually, so I'll be there. And if it's not in Shula's, they're still working the logistics and everything else. But it's crucial that we get the word out, because not only that, she's also, an incredible leader, an incredible fighter, not just because she's a woman, but she's an incredible, she has so much adversity that it's something amazing what she has done. And the number of Venezuelans that have come out of the way to try to get a free Venezuela, which is critical. I know as a Cuban descendant, and Cuban background, we've been through the experience, for 60 years already, 70 years? We can't let that happen in Venezuela, guys. We just can't. But I know it's an international topic. I know it's maybe not of Miami Lakes concern, but actually I think it is. I think it's for everybody. We have a lot of Venezuelans in town. We have a lot of, even one of our restaurants, 2 or 3 of our restaurants, Venezuelan. Francesca
is really good.
And the corner 67. They're people who fled Venezuela, and they have invested in our town too, and in other towns, Doral and everybody else. But I think it's vital that we pay attention to that and be aware of that situation going on around us. So thank you, Manny, for bringing that up.
No, of course. Thank you. Appreciate you.
Yep. You're welcome.
A quick shout out to David Marin, who's here on behalf of Commissioner Rene Garcia. David not only has worked for representing the town for a long time in Tallahassee, here locally, but he lives here too. So he's somebody who cares a lot about the issues here in our community. So appreciate you, David. We're moving on to the consent calendar. We are on item that got pulled. We're on item 10B and 10C, both pulled by the Vice Mayor. Vice Mayor.
Alrighty, so I pulled 10B. I'm gonna be supporting it, but I had some questions, some of which were answered and some of which were not during my briefing. In terms of with a contract like this, what happens when it reaches expiration, and if there's a mechanism where the town manager can administratively extend it for a short period of time. I think, the farmers market worked really hard to build, momentum, and that kind of activity really requires repetition and people to become used to it. I understand the process was some of it, and part of it was on the operator as well. I just want to make sure for contracts like this in the future that we have that renewal process a little bit better fleshed out to avoid any interruptions.
Yeah, this was different. There's an aberration because it wasn't a contract that expired. It was a special event permit that just came to the end, as well as the vendor's insurance. So normally with contracts, well before the expiration, we start down the process of whatever we're going to use, whether it's an RFP, et cetera, to renew the contract. And so that process is already built into our procurement process. Since this was not an existing contract, it was just a special event permit. That's why it was a little different. But normally we do have that process in place so that we don't get into this period of being lapse.
Excellent, and I think most of my colleagues would agree. I got tons of phone calls and emails and things of that nature about the farmers market. So I want to make sure that going forward, when it's time to renew, that the process is smooth.
And tonight we can make it right.
Excellent. So with that, I'm going to move to approve item 10B.
Second.
I had a few words, and Diego, I appreciate your team, man, because I don't think you realize, right, these are, a lot of times you think, man, we're putting this on, we're making money, but I don't think you realize how you make people's dreams come true. So I'll give you an example. 2 weeks ago, I was way down south. I mean, you're talking about close to Homestead, and I was at an event hundreds of people there. And I had a couple at a booth who were like waiting to talk to me, waiting to talk. And I'm, hey, how are you? And they told me, he goes, Mayor, you got to do something. This farmer's market needs to start. This is my family's main income. The Miami Lakes Farmers Market is the best farmers market for our business. Like, you don't understand, Mayor. Like, this, like, we've been, like, I'm so happy I saw you, because so sometimes I don't know if you hear those stories, and I think even as staff and the council, you know, we think of businesses sometimes of brick and mortar, or like corporations or bureaucrats, or no, these are people who are pinching pennies, who have successful businesses. And so I wanted to share that with you, because that was a very real story, and that impacted me. And to the Vice Mayor's words, yeah, I'd never want to see any hiccups. I don't know if you guys can plan to open this Saturday. Okay. Okay, but I just wanted to share that with you, man. Appreciate you guys, because you guys really took it to the next level. And when I heard that, I was like, man, when I see them, I gotta let them know, because that was. We'll be out there.
I've participated before, and there is photographic evidence of this.
We'll be out there, but appreciate what you guys do. And with no further ado, all those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Seeing none, the motion passes. Let's get it started as soon as possible. Appreciate you guys.
All right, Mr. Mayor, and on to 10C, which I also asked to pull from consent. I had a question for staff. I don't know if they were able to do the research in finding out when it is that we can dispose of these assets.
No, Vice Mayor, we had not yet been able to take a look at the agreement and see exactly. One of the challenges that we had with these buses is that the grantor that gave us the grant to buy the buses, if we had sold them at auction for less than what they believed or their formula states is the depreciated value, we would have been on the hook for the difference. When we looked at this a couple years ago, there was a gap. So the better option was to try and get rid of them. We've had some challenges with trying to transfer them. We had City of Doral express some interest, but then they changed, and then they went to electric buses. We also had conversations with Miami-Dade Fire, but Miami-Dade Fire, as well as the county clerk's office, the intended purpose was not going to be for a transit purpose. So the grantor was not going to allow that. We are now in conversations with a local municipality here in Dade County that is a qualified entity. It appears that they're going to use it for something that should be qualified for a transit purpose. So we're exploring that. So our hope is that we may be able to transfer them to this other municipality in the near future, and this entire contract and the storage of the buses will soon become a moot point.
Right, and I think absent of that, and I think the direction that I was kind of hoping we would take is, at some point that asset has to be fully depreciated, or at least depreciated enough to where it, we can dispose of it without it being a negative, a net negative cash-wise.
Right, and I committed to find that out, and I have not been able to in the last 24 hours.
Correct.
So, but I will get that information, and I'll pass that on to all of you.
I'm gonna make a motion to approve this, because obviously the buses have to be somewhere. But I really want to make sure that we move on this. It's been a while since we looked at it past the realities. The problem may have aged itself away at this point. I just want to make sure that we're not continuing to pour money into this problem.
Understood. We'll explore that and get back to all of you.
Thank you.
Through the chair.
Is there a second to that motion?
I'll second it.
Real quick, is there a time certain that you want this to, because I know we discussed this a while back, and now we're back in the same. Is there like something you want the manager to report to us? Like, you need some direction to that extent?
Mr. Manager, I think reporting on this by the next council meeting would be fair.
I can do it formally by the next council meeting, but I expect that before the end of this week, I should be able to give that information to all of you via email before the end of this week. In the next few days, it shouldn't take long to get that information.
Beautiful. I appreciate that.
Thank you. Any other comments?
Yeah,
Yes,
Chair, just a
Councilman.
quick question. Why aren't we just parking them here at Town Hall or any parks or at a park?
Yeah, the agreement with Hialeah is not just for the piece of real estate to store them, because the agreement with Hialeah spans from way before we ever took them out of service. When they were actually in service, circulating, the agreement with Hialeah also calls for them to make sure that they're functional, that they're turning on, that they're, you know, if in the event something happens that there is needed, there's agreed to prices for them to effectuate any needed repairs, etc. So it's more than just a piece of dirt for them to park the buses on top of.
Also, if I may add, the buses don't require a key to operate. They need to be in a completely secure facility that has 24-hour surveillance, because anybody can get on the bus and drive it. They're actually very simple to sort of man.
Yeah.
So that's the real reason. So the grantor requires that they be stored in a secure facility, and the city of Hialeah provides this yard where they have their police vehicles and their other equipment that is under surveillance at all times.
They're similar to fire trucks. All you do is you flip an on switch, hit the button, and they turn on.
Yeah.
So they don't come with a key that you can secure and take the key with you, and now they're safe.
Last question. Have we discussed perhaps through the school board or perhaps a private school here in the town that they're in need of transportation? Does that fall into the grant verbiage? It has to be another municipality?
Yeah, you mentioned that to me this afternoon when we met, and we'll explore that to see if that constitutes a transit purpose that could qualify. So that way maybe our universe of entities that we could explore transferring them to could expand.
Last question. How long have we had this? How long have they been parked? 2 years since Freebie?
Since Freebie.
So
yeah.
we're looking at what, 2 years?
Whatever that's been. I think 3 years. No, it was after 8.
Yeah,
I got here in 19, and then the buses were still in circulation, so I think it was shortly thereafter. So about three years and change, maybe.
And the contract states that at any time we find someone, we can cancel the contract with Hialeah. We don't have a minimum 6 months.
We have to be able to transfer them to a qualified entity.
No, I mean with Hialeah. What's the verbiage when can we just say, hey, we found
Yeah,
somebody?
yeah. If we renew this agreement and extend it to
there is no penalty?
2028, if a month from now we're able to get rid of the buses, then the contract gets terminates.
Well, I know you guys are going to do all you can to find a solution, because I frankly think we're just burning money. So, thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Hold on.
Councilman Collazo.
For senior field trips, for activities where we are transporting seniors to parks, they have typically hired a private bus transport company. Is there any way that we can use those buses for those field trips?
The problem is we'd have to make sure that qualifies as a transit purpose. We'd have to make sure that we have qualified drivers, which we'd have to see what the criteria is, a certain type of driver's license, a certain kind of training,
Got it.
So it's a little more complicated than just finding some volunteer to just jump in the driver's seat.
More complicated than just getting in the bus, flipping on the switch, and us driving them there.
Yes.
Got it. Thank you.
Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Yes, Councilmember Dieguez. Oh, it's absent. Councilmember Goyazo.
Yes.
Councilmember Garcia.
Yes.
Councilmember Ruano.
No.
Vice Mayor Fernandez.
Yes.
Mayor Sid.
No.
It's a tie. The motion fails.
It's 3-2, Madam Clerk. The
It's-
motion passes.
Oh, I'm so sorry. Yes. Let the record reflect the motion pass 3-2.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. We're moving on to the next item, which is
The consent calendar, Mayor.
motion on the consent calendar, Council.
I'll move it.
I'll second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Seeing none, the motion passes. We're on to the next item, which is ordinances and second reading. Item 12A, online publishing.
An ordinance
An ordinance of the Town Council of the Town of Miami Lakes, Florida, relating to publication requirements, amending Chapter 2, Administration, Article 3, Officers and Employees, Section 2-55, Town Manager, and Section 2-56, Town Attorney, Selection and Appointment, and Article 5, Contracts and Purchasing. Division 2, Procurement Procedures, Section 2-155, Procurement Methodology, amending Chapter 8, Code Enforcement, Section 8-3, Enforcement Procedures, amending Chapter 10, Elections, Article 2, Candidate Qualification, Section 10-21, Special Elections, amending Chapter 13, Land Development Code.
Okay, thank you.
Hold on. No, I'm not done. Sorry. Article 3, Development Approval Procedures, Section 13-309, Public Hearing and Notice, and Article 4, Zoning District Regulations, District 13-11, Hurricane Relief regarding existing and non-conforming residential structures in the RU and RUTH districts, Section 13-602, Repair and Replacement of Legal and Illegal Non-Conforming Fences after hurricane damage, and Division 24, GF Governmental Facilities, Section 13-843, Exclusive Site Plan Review Procedure, and Article 9, Signs, Section 13-1904, Additional Requirements for Signs, and Article 11, Fees, to allow the use of online publication to fulfill the town's notice requirements in accordance with Florida Statute Section 50.0311, providing for incorporation of recitals, providing for findings of fact, providing for repeal of laws in conflict, providing for severability, providing for inclusion into the code, and providing for an effective date.
This is a public hearing. This is a public hearing. Any members from the public wishing to speak? Any members from the public wishing to speak? Public hearing is closed. All right, we have a motion.
Yeah, I'll move the item.
I'll second it.
We have a motion and a second. Deputy Town Attorney, did you have any other comments?
No, I just want to apologize to Mr. Gastesi for making him read all that. I hope he doesn't hold it against me.
Duly noted. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember Collazo,
Yes.
Councilmember Ruano,
Yes.
Councilmember Dieguez,
Yes.
Councilmember Garcia,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Fernandez.
Yes.
The ordinance in second reading passes. Item 12A.
All right, on to item 12B, Mr. Attorney.
An ordinance of the Town Council of the Town of Miami Lakes, Florida, establishing authority for the collection of rents, payment of utilities, maintenance for real property owned by the Town of Miami Lakes located at 5951 Northwest 151st Street, Miami Lakes, Florida 33014, providing for incorporation of recitals, providing for authority, providing for the creation of general ledger accounts, and providing for an effective date.
All right, this is a public hearing. Any members of the public wishing to speak, please do so at this time. Madam Clerk, do we have anybody online?
We do, but I don't see a raised hand, and it's the same person that was participating earlier.
We have a member of the public wishing to speak.
Again, I will open public comments. If there's someone remotely that wishes to speak, please let us know now. IT, can you confirm? I do see a person. A telephone number ending in 8788, just to make sure.
All right, seeing no public comments, public hearing is closed.
Yeah. Vice Mayor, this is the same thing that you saw last month, a couple little changes. It's just we fine-tuned the number of tenants that are actually there. It's 24 tenants, and also the deposits, the security deposits. Instead of placing them in an interest-bearing account, we are electing, or we're recommending that they be placed in a non-interest-bearing account. It's a very short time period, somewhere between 0 to 90 days. And the interest calculation would be complicated, especially with people moving in out at different time periods. So that's the only change from the first reading.
Thank you. Do we have any motions?
I'll move it.
I'll second.
We have a motion and a second.
Just have a
Discussion?
quick question. How much interest are we projecting might be if we put it in a normal interest-bearing bond or whatever,
Well,
account?
the rental payment, the
rental
security
payments.
deposits are only $46,000. So for a 0 to 90-day period, whatever the interest, it's very little loss of revenue.
Yeah.
It's really not worth it.
The manpower.
Right.
Yeah, okay.
And also, if I'm not mistaken, the statute actually requires that any interest that we get, we have to kind of give it back. And
Okay.
so we wouldn't derive any benefit from it.
Thank you. Thank you.
Anyone else? All right, Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember Garcia.
Yes.
Councilmember Diegues.
Yes.
Councilmember Collazo.
Yes.
Councilmember Ruano.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Fernandez.
Nope.
And Mayor Sid.
No.
The ordinance in second reading, item 12B, passes.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. We're on to the next item, resolutions, item 13A.
A resolution of the Town of Miami Lakes, Florida, requesting Chief Judge Nushin Saifi of the 11th Judicial Circuit in and for Miami-Dade County and pursuant to Florida Section 102.141 to appoint a county judge to the Town of Miami Lakes Canvassing Board for the Town of Miami Lakes April 9, 2024 special election, providing for instructions to the town clerk, providing for incorporation of recitals, and providing for an effective date.
Are there any motions on the table?
I'll move the item.
I'll second it.
I got a question. Got no problem with this item. Just talked to the attorney before. I initially voted, I voted no on the previous items related to this, and I don't want to relitigate this. I respect the majority of the council. For, and I specifically said at the last meeting, I voted no for timing issues. I didn't believe the election was timely. But I talked to the attorney. This item, if I were to vote yes, which I'm voting yes, there's no long-term liability. There's nothing, no suing, no. Okay.
No, and I'll address that in my attorney's report, but the answer is a flat no.
Okay, no, but I'm saying specifically because I had voted no previously because on the timely issues. There's no in
problem.
the future, it gets litigated. There's a timely issue, the charter. There's
No.
okay, that's all
Not
I
at
got to hear. All right, Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Resolution item 13A. Councilmember Ruano.
Yes.
Councilmember Collazo.
Yes.
Councilmember Garcia.
Yes.
Councilmember Diegues.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Fernandez.
Yes.
Mayor Sid.
Yes.
The item 13A passes.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. We're on to attorney's report. Attorney had asked to move over his report.
Yeah.
Mr. Attorney.
There are two things. It's relatively short. The first thing is, as you all know, I am asking for a executive session, a shade session, regarding the Pizzi litigation matter. The second thing that I want to discuss is there's been some emails circulating which have gotten a little bit of traction, so I want to nip it in the bud. And it's about the issue of the elections and the voter fraud allegations. Fraud is a very loaded term, and I don't think anyone has done anything, as far as I know, on this council or on staff or anybody else to constitute election fraud. That is, I believe, way over the top. A complaint was filed with the Elections Department. As a result of the complaint, it was our obligation to forward it to our insurance carrier. Anytime that someone claims anything of the sort against a council member or staff member even, we have the obligation to refer it to our insurance carrier. I did not have it referred to the insurance carrier so that the insurance carrier could take remedial action. I referred it to the insurance carrier in case I needed to somehow provide a defense to the members of the council who were needlessly accused. I referred it to the insurance carrier for them to provide a defense. Under our policy, they would not have been provided a defense at that time. So they issued a letter essentially saying we don't cover it. Of course, if it were ever to have gone any further, I think the insurance company would have reconsidered. God knows what effect it's going to have on our these types of actions and these types of complaints have on our insurance rates. Mr. Manager, the last time we sent out insurance, request for insurance quotes, how many companies did we send it to?
How many, for liability insurance?
Yeah. Do you remember off the top of your head?
I don't know. That was a couple years back.
Several dozen or more?
Yeah. I mean, we
Right.
put it out, and we put it out in the procurement system.
How many came back?
I think there was just, where's Kay?
One or two.
Yeah.
Yeah. Because of this. These are the types of actions that that have hurt our town in the past. All of the litigation. It's not funny. And it's serious when you do these types of things. Now, and I defend every one of these council members vigorously. The same issue. I had both sides of the 3 and 3 upset with me over legal opinions. I call them straight and I call them as I see them. Now, I do not accept any congratulations or having done anything to benefit or rectify a situation. There was nothing to rectify. There was an election. It was voted for in January. The election in January did not call for early voting. There was dispute and debate on this dais like there has been for many issues. They disagreed. Council people disagree. If you want a council that rubber stamps everything, then someone's not thinking. It's not fair to portray me or anyone else as having taken corrective action. I didn't. The canvassing board, there was also a reference in the in that email that got wide circulation several times that the canvassing board was appointed to somehow cure something that was done. That's absurd. Every single election has to have a canvassing board. It's unfair to them and it's unfair to me. The canvassing board that we just approved is how this is done for every single election. Thank you.
Thank you. We're moving on to new business items. And council, if we work through these quickly, we can get out of here pretty fast. Canine Cove Governing Board, this was brought by a resident who had talked to me about this. I want to make a motion giving staff the leeway to come back on this issue. I think the primary thing is to get, doesn't have to be a board, it could get resident feedback on a yearly basis, bi-yearly basis, directly from the users at Canine Cove. So whatever mechanism, if the staff comes back and says that they want a yearly board that meets once a year, or maybe they put little notices, hey, we're going to have a workshop on a yearly basis before the budget process to hear what you guys want. I think it's really important for the user side. And we saw at the last council meeting, so I made him a promise that I'd bring it up here, see if there was a way, but I would love, my motion is to direct the manager to work with staff to come up, see whatever they think is wise, if it's a board, if it's a yearly workshop at
I'll second for
Cove.
discussion.
Got it. Councilman Collazo.
I absolutely do not want a governing board. I want everything away from a governing board, committee, anything possible. I saw what Miami-Dade County is by soliciting public input. I think we just had a meeting at Norman Reach Park. I think that's going to allow this particular group to give feedback quickly without necessarily being bogged with sunshine meetings and appointments. So everything like Friends of Canine Cove, Alex Farah did a great job of organically bringing dogs, dog lovers, and over 20 people here to this meeting to get what he wanted. He got what he wanted. What I don't want to do is get in his way. And I think the number one thing that we're good at is creating boards and creating more bureaucracy. I want to make sure it's not a board. I'll support it as long as it's not a board. So I agree with giving the staff the leeway. as long as they can come back with some type of action plan that is not a governing board, but some way that we solicit citizen input. And that's my remarks for the dialogue.
I'm fine with that. That's good.
Mr. Mayor, and I
Vice Mayor.
also wanted to add, when I saw this that's along Councilman Collazo's comments, that's what came to mind, right? Maybe less of a board or a committee, more of either a formal 501c3 or just an informal, working group, along the lines of Friends of, Canine Cove, right? A booster club, so to speak, right? So a group of interested parties that want to do things to improve the park. I think there's opportunities. Essentially viewing it as a sort of as a P3, right? There's opportunities at Canine Cove that can be explored either with branding or sponsorship to offset the expense of some of these amenities. So that's kind of the direction that I saw it in. But yeah, allowing staff time to go work on it is something I would support. Thank you.
Any further comments? Councilwoman Ruano.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I echo the sentiments of my colleague, Councilmember Collazo. I know that in the special taxing districts, we put our best foot forward and created these boards in an effort to have community input, but sometimes the board members misinterpret their role, and sometimes they don't necessarily understand the constraints of budgets. So I will also not favor a governing board workshop or some sort of public forum for them to give us their input. I would be more than happy to listen to, but I wouldn't want to see any more boards.
Good with that. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Seeing none, the motion passes. Councilman Garcia.
Thank you, Mayor. In order to avoid contractors from damaging our town's critical infrastructure in the future, I'm requesting that the town manager work with the county and all stakeholders and to institute a process that ensures the correct procedures and equipment are used to avoid infrastructure damage to our town. That the town is informed and permits are approved by the town prior to work starting. In addition, establish a process for reimbursement for all town expenses, local businesses, and residents related to these incidents. Now, we saw what happened a couple weeks ago. 72 hours apart, we had a gas main leak that could have led to disaster, and we had a water main leak that a car was sucked into a hole, and the driver could have been injured. I reached out to the manager. I also reached out to the representative of Comcast, and Comcast gave us a statement that I'd like to read. But before I do, I want to clarify some misinformation about the night of the water main break. I was there. The manager was there. The mayor was there. We were out there for about 3 hours. We were giving comfort to Marie, who lost her car. When I was asked by the media, would you boil the water, or is there any boil water? I said, officially, there isn't any boil water alert, but me personally, I would. Due to some creative editing, it sounded like it said boil water. Also, they also did issue a boil water alert to a small part of our town, which is the area around Truist Bank. So there was a boil water issue. It was a small amount. And what I said was, if I saw water coming out of there, if it was yellow, I definitely, before I drank it, I would do it. So we also did a video. We sent it out. I talked to the manager about giving more information over our social media, and I know the manager directed the communications department to go ahead and do so, and they sent out some information. So I think we acted as quickly as we could, following the lead of Water and Sewer. Our police department twice came out there and put their lives on the line twice, especially with the gas main, and did a great job. And I expect that Comcast will reimburse us for any costs that were incurred. This is a statement. I wanted someone from Comcast to personally come and apologize to the town and talk to us about what they were going to do. In lieu of that, they sent us a statement. And this is directed, it says, Councilman, Mr. Manager, please find Comcast statement below. Comcast is committed to making things right. We're disappointed by the disruptions caused by our business partners performing work in Miami Lakes. Moving forward, we'll continue to be actively engaged with them to ensure every precaution is taken prior to network construction. In our goal to be transparent, our team recently met with the Public Works Director, Omar Santos Baez, to answer his questions about what led up to the incidents and to ensure things go better in the future. As a direct result, any business partner performing work on behalf of Comcast in Miami Lakes is instructed to notify and coordinate with the town in advance. We look forward to partnering more closely with your team to continue providing services to your businesses and neighbors. Michelle Oyoya McGovern, Vice President, Government Affairs, Comcast Florida Region. So I'd like to thank Omar and the manager for everything you've done. And could you possibly go through some of the things that that you think are required from Comcast? They said they will be able to communicate a little bit better, although because of Florida statute they're not required. But this letter says that they're going to try to reach out to you guys.
Yeah, and Omar can probably speak to it better. I'll give you the layman's version of what the explanation is. There are right-of-way permits that are required for certain work that they do. For other work, when it is repairing an existing system, expanding an existing system, certain things are exempt by state statute from requiring a right-of-way permit. Okay, 67th Avenue is a little complicated because it happens to be one of the only 2 roads in the town that belong to Dade County. So Comcast was understanding of the dilemma because what it impacts is Miami Lakes residents and obviously anybody trying to come through here. So we met on site at least twice, maybe 3 times with Comcast. 4 times, Omar. I was there twice. Omar met with them multiple times on site. Comcast was completely willing to make everything right. Water and Sewer Department is a little bit territorial. They like to have their own hands on their own product. So they're the ones, obviously, that repaired the water line. They're also the ones who came back and restored the asphalt. But Comcast was willing to do it. I think that they're going to restore the patch for the gas side once the final passage of the line is done underneath 67th Avenue. They're going to restore all of the green space in the median, anything that the water caused damage to. I think Omar even spoke to them about pumping out the catch basins for all the soot and the sand that may have gone in there because to make sure that it's not going to affect performance of those drains. So Comcast has acknowledged that their contractor used the wrong technique. There's 2 different techniques that they could use. One that's a more erratic, that's used when you're going to bore in an area where there's not a lot of utilities or any utilities, and then there should the method that they should have used, which is called directional boring, is when it's in an area where a lot of utilities. So they went the cheap route or the less expensive route, and they used the one that's more erratic. And obviously, we know what they caused. They acknowledged that was a mistake by their contractor. They should have bird dogged it by their, or had better oversight over their contractor to do that. So they have been, to their credit, while they made the mistake and it caused a lot of heartache, they have been very responsive after the fact. They have been willing to do anything and everything to make it right. And Omar, tell me if I'm saying anything that's not correct. They have not, come up. You've had more direct contact with them than I have.
Yeah. Good evening, Omar Santos, Public Works Director. So yes, Comcast and their subcontractors, they have been open with their communication and providing information. Recently, as of yesterday afternoon, I met on site with their pavement sub and inspector, the area inspector for Miami-Dade Public Works. Since it's a county road, he established the milling and resurfacing limits for the northbound section, which is what's pending to be done. And I understand next week or the following, they will be restoring those sections. As far as for the line, Comcast is still deciding what direction they're going to go to get that new line across. They haven't decided yet, but as soon as they decide where they're going to go with that, I requested that we be notified, and depending on the type of setup, they may have to get a permit from us.
Okay, wonderful. And second question through the chair, as far as OT for our officers, reimbursement for any additional OT, how are we?
Yeah, we quantified that. Major Gonzalez's team put that together for us, and we provided that to Comcast and asked for reimbursement from that overtime that was caused by both events.
Wonderful. So I guess the motion I would have was to follow up on that, getting the OT back, any additional cost, and also if you can continue making sure that they're following what they said they were going to do, which is communicate with you prior to any infrastructure, anything they do that's going to be close to our main infrastructure.
So they already started. However, they were a few streets outside. It was actually work in Hialeah, but they've sent us their notifications of work they're doing close to us. So
yeah, if you can give us, adding to my motion, reports on if they are following what they said they were going to do, at least for the next 6 months, to make sure that they are following what they said they're going to do.
What I'll do when I get those, I'll forward it.
Yeah, absolutely. So I guess that's my motion for the town to get our overtime money back, follow up on that, and follow up with communications with Comcast so this incident doesn't happen again.
Yeah, I'll send those updates to you via email so you don't have to wait for another council meeting. As soon as I get them, I'll forward them to you so you can have them quicker.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, may I ask a question?
Yes, Councilwoman Ron.
Thank you. And Director Santos, I wanted to ask a question. These back-to-back events that happened on these main roads or outside of residential areas are outside of the norm, right? But Comcast does this in every residential block that they work in. They break sprinkler systems, they break sewer lines. This is something that happens to our residents all the time. I receive the phone calls. I've experienced it myself, over $10,000 of damage that Comcast very kindly covered and paid for, but the disruption to our homes is significant.
Yeah, and
Is there anything else? And I know that this is, I would assume that whatever safeguards we put into place are not only going to be for main roads. They will be for also our residential areas, because our residents also deserve a little bit of.
So, because of the statute and the way the lack of needing to get a permit from municipalities, when this came into place, we would typically find Comcast crews or AT&T crews or any communications crews and stop them. If they didn't have a permit, we would have asked them to leave. Once this statute was put in place, we got back the letter saying we weren't able to do that. We discussed it and understood. Yes, we can't kick you out, but we asked them to provide notification when they were sending crews to do repairs or anything covered under that law. For the most part, we have been getting notices, but not for everything, is correct. And we do get complaints through this body or through the residents directly. We send out our inspectors. I would say a good portion of the time we are able to identify who's done it. We have direct contacts with their maintenance teams and their construction teams that have been tremendous help to us to get those things corrected and get the residents' areas repaired. So
their response and their coverage of the cost is exceptional.
Yeah.
However, it is a nuisance and it is a problem when residents encounter these interruptions, especially when it has to do with broken sewer lines.
Yes.
Inside your home, there's a flooding of sewer water inside your home. I mean, it is a big disruption to their lives. So, and again, I've always been told that we are preempted from doing anything about it because they have, the utility companies have a right to the easements.
Communications.
The communications companies. So I've always been told that there's nothing that we can do, but now that you're going to be looking into this, if there's anything that we can put in place, I just want us to not forget those residential areas as well.
Yeah, we'll check with legal because we don't want to get into an area that we get in trouble with.
Absolutely. Thank you very much.
So through the chair, Councilman Ronald makes a great point with this newfound transparency and relationship that we're building with Comcast to avoid this happening again. Absolutely, residential projects that are going to be around sewer lines, right? Maybe we can add that so we can be more prepared, make sure that they're using the correct procedures again around the sewer lines.
And a lot of the times these are just service extensions or repairs that are the cost of this. And it's not just Comcast. We're talking about them because of what happened recently, but it's all the communication companies that we need to work on.
Omar, on that point, and while you're up here, and it's germane to the issue. During my briefing, I mentioned to the manager that I'm also seeing, and I had raised this issue before. The lids.
Yes.
Yeah. So if we can kind of work on.
Yeah, we have our inspector doing the rounds of those areas and other areas as well. Just let's take us some time. But as we spot them, we're sending them to our contacts.
But it's thousands of lids.
Yeah.
Okay.
Was there, Madam Clerk, can you repeat the motion and who seconded it, please?
I second.
Okay.
The motion was from Councilmember Garcia to work with the county to institute a process that ensures correct procedures and equipment to avoid the problem that we had in the last 3 weeks we had back-to-back. Then he also added to follow up with a conversation that the town manager had with the county, and they asked, part of the motions as well were to ask the Public Works Director, Mr. Santos, to get reports for the next 3 months to be sent, or 6 months, to get reports to be sent to us so that the town manager can forward to the council, and as well the request by Councilwoman Ruano, which was to not only emphasize on the main roads, but also not forget about the residential homes. And I believe I'm missing something. I think that was it, but if I missed something, please.
Sure, I would replace county with Comcast. Did you say county, or I hear wrong?
I think
You said
think
Comcast?
right. I'm sorry. I think
Okay.
I did say county.
Okay.
That is right. So Comcast.
Okay, there was a motion and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? Seeing none, the motion passes. We're on to my item. As 5G cell towers continue to pop up, and there's going to be more and more and more in the future, I wanted to direct staff to begin looking at ways, if it's either passing an ordinance requiring that new towers be camouflaged, or if there's a way to retrofit some camouflaging. Just have them research the issue, come back to us with options, because I think it's one of those issues that's going to continue to pop up. I think you're going to see a future where you're going to have 10, 15 years from now, driverless vehicles and 5Gs everywhere, all over our community. So, okay. Discussion.
Through the chair.
Yes.
I know the process doesn't require us, doesn't require the council to be part of the process, but I would like to see if we can add, I'd like to make a motion that any future towers that are coming up, we should be more aware at the moment to see where it's going to be at, where it's going to be located. We just need to have, be aware, because these are starting to pop up everywhere. And if we start getting too many in the town, it's just going to be an eyesore.
Councilmember Omar, how many of these requests do we get? There's a whole bunch. Councilmember, just want to make you aware of that, right? We get multiple ones, right?
Yeah, and they'll come in waves depending on the provider. The first one when I started was AT&T. They put, I want to say, over 20 already in 2019, 2020. Then we got T-Mobile, Verizon, Crown Castle doing the same. The latest two was T-Mobile, which are the ones that
Do they usually give them one tower at a time, or they usually ask for one permit and there may be like a half a dozen?
They usually come, recently has been between 3 and 5 at a time.
So I'll give you an example how some cities have gotten ahead of it. There's cities that are like, yeah, you guys can install it here, and we can also use it as a street light in areas that we don't have lighting, right? They do things like that. Other cities do flagpoles. Other cities do trees, whatever. But there's, for example, we have a huge issue in our lighting study that there's major areas of our community that don't have proper lighting. So there are cities that have wised up to it and said, hey, instead of installing it 5 feet down there, install it here, and we'll convert it into a light pole as well, right? And now it's a little different. So those are the things I want you guys to explore, because I think it's a win. Those can be win-wins. Right now, they're popping up, and people are not really happy with them. But there's one specifically on the west side of town that I got calls that people thought aliens were real, right? So it looked like a weird alien structure. It really did. It looked terrible. So yeah, it was kind of scary.
Mayor, if you remember, probably about 2 years ago, this same issue came up when some of the first ones started popping up. And we came back and we got, agreement from the cell phone companies, and we started making them or asking them to color them in the same color as the street lights are in that area. So, for instance, the one that you're referring to, the one on Miami Lakes Drive just past 87th Avenue, is black because of the street lights in that area. And I know,
there's also the same statute that governs what we were talking about, the notifications. That also there's another section that tells what we can request and not request. So we'll do some research and we'll bring back a report on that.
Yeah, and the other part we can add as a legislative priority, right? You can always change the state statute. Councilwoman Ron.
If I may, when this first came up, and I was on the council, I believe the mayor was on the council and Councilmember Collazo was here as well. The agreement that was presented to us originally was that we could not say no to the installation, but that we had control of the architectural design, the look, I remember the briefing that we had. I don't know if anyone else remembers it, but we had the right to choose the color, the shape, things of that nature. I don't know how much we have capitalized on that right that we have, and I do understand the color concept, right, where we were trying to make them aesthetically fit with regards to color. I don't think that this one that's on 154 and 87, I don't think that any color would have made it any better. It is just the biggest we've ever seen. And it's in an area where, unfortunately, there is no tree canopy. If there were tree canopy on that block, then it would not be such an eyesore. So what looks so egregious to us is the fact that there's nothing covering it. It's just on bare sidewalk. So I don't think that the color would have made it any better, but I do know that there are things in that agreement that give us some sort of ability, as the mayor was pointing out, to design it and to change the location and things of that nature. I think that we have to capitalize on that a little bit, because as they're popping up, we want to make sure that they don't change the look of the community.
I'll look at the statute again as far as the design. I know we're allowed to control the height based on the existing utility poles in the area, the color we request, and the location we can negotiate. There's also a limit, since the place where they're deciding to place it is for the coverage that they need. So that may be limited, but we'll do more research and we'll provide a report back.
In that particular location, unfortunately, we have different street lights. There are some street lights that are incredibly tall that look out of place from the moment that they were installed. And I remember that there was arguments regarding why those lights had been installed, and they're so high, they look completely out of place. I think that it had to do with the agency that installed them, because one of the streets was a county street and another was a local street, and that's why
But the tallest poles there are the FPL utility poles.
They're FPL utility poles.
On the east side of 87.
The lighting that goes from 82nd to 87th on 154, those lights are way taller than, for example, the ones on 87th. They're not the same color, they're not the same shape, they're twice as tall. And I remember when they were installed originally, that was a contentious conversation, but it was because that negotiation, when they opened 87th Avenue, there were different agencies involved, and those were the lights that we were given at that moment. Okay. And once they were up, they were up. But I think that that's probably why the height of that particular tower is taller than others that have been installed in the town.
Yeah, that's part of the criteria that when they apply for a right-of-way permit that they have to base on. It's the height of the tallest structure in the area, and that's kind of like
right.
the
So
limit.
that intersection kind of became the perfect storm to the greatest eyesore in the town. But look, moving forward, I do think that we have a little more ability to design.
Yeah. We'll research that and provide back that information.
The other thing that came to mind when I was discussing the issue with the manager is maybe some other kind of solution to mitigate that particular situation, maybe planting some oaks adjacent to it to kind of, because I think that's part of it too. It's there by itself, So your eye is drawn to it. If we can, do some
Jeremy and
other
his
things.
team are already assessing that to see what kind of trees would be applicable based on the size of the swale, and see what it would be, how much it would cost and so forth to cover at least some of it with tree plantings.
And then on the color, we may. I see those all the time. Remember, I'm an IT guy, so I geek out with all these different things. Painting them black is kind of atypical, and I think may make them more prevalent. Maybe a neutral color like green or gray or something like that blends into the background a little better. So, something to consider.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Seeing none, the motion passes. We're on to the next item, 14E. Vice Mayor.
All right, so this item should be quick. It's to discuss with my colleagues what the appetite for essentially banning vaping from within town-owned facilities. There are 5 indoor facilities. That was my original intent. We heard from a speaker in public comment that wanted to extend that to town events in the outdoor. I don't know what the appetite is there, but I think certainly our town facilities are places where a lot of times people don't have a choice as to whether or not they come here, right? They may need to come here to get a building permit, or need to come here to enjoy a council meeting, or need to come here for different reasons. And I think the making sure that environment is free of vaping is something that we should definitely do. I'd love to hear what the thought is on the outdoor events.
Vice Mayor, I would proceed to add that to your plan. I think that any event, any location that is maintained by taxpayer dollars should be enjoyed by all, and that type of activity tends to be a nuisance to some of those around you. So I think that anything that we do in an indoor building should also extend to our park facilities as well. The policing of it tends to get a little complicated. Same thing happens with the dogs and the no dogs at the park, and the parks are full of dogs because there's no staff to police that kind of thing. But I do think that if we're going to move in that direction, we should extend it to outdoor locations as well.
To the manager and to the attorney, is there anything to preempt us from restricting it in outdoor areas?
Cigar Maker Guild of America is going to come. Vice Mayor, I wasn't prepared for that one. I mean, we only discussed the interior, so I'd have to get back to you and double, make sure that there's nothing that would restrict us for exterior. I don't think so, but I'd like to get back.
So what I would like to see is, I would like to see it passed for interior today, and then I would like to have the deputy town manager do some research on the outside implications, because I do know it is even with banning smoking outside at events, there are some difficulties.
Yes, I don't think that it's an issue because it's a town particular event, but I'd like to be able to do a little research and get back to you.
Excellent.
Was there a motion and a second?
I'll second.
Any further discussion? Any further discussion?
I do have some
Councilman
additional
Diegues.
discussion. Thank you. I'm going to support it tonight. I agree with you that absolutely indoors it should be prohibited. I think that when you're talking about, though, at parks, though, vaping is still different than, say, having a cigar or a cigarette, right, in terms of the secondhand effects of it. I'm curious to hear back on the attorney's report. I'm going to think between now and that time when he presents his report as far as the outdoor part, because as I forgot who mentioned it earlier, I don't know if it was Councilwoman Verano, the enforcement is key, right? And that's always the difficult part. And so, I just want to take the time to think about it because, of course, I as a smoker myself, as one who enjoys cigars, I was very irritated when the Ale House, for example, created a 2-tier system where cigarette smokers are permitted but not cigar smokers, all because one subset of people didn't like what the others were doing. applying that to the park situation, right? There are all sorts of behaviors that could be considered nuisance behaviors. Doesn't mean we should ban them all. What I'm trying to say is that there is a distinction between the vapes and, say, a cigar or a cigarette. So I'm going to take the time to think about it. But I am absolutely in support of banning them indoors, where it's an enclosed environment.
Right, and maybe just to give the town attorney some additional guidance, I think a distinction could be whether we don't allow them at our outdoor facilities at all, or if we're able to restrict that activity during certain events, right? I think there might be a distinction there. I can definitely see a distinction between, something happening at Veterans Park and there's no organized activity versus, everybody huddled around for 4th of July or for a movie at the park and that activity happening within, the proximity of children and the such. So something to expand your research and give you more work.
Through the chair.
Yes, Councilman.
I'm going to support the item. However, I respectfully disagree with Councilman Dieguez. I think that vaping, smoking of any type, to me is the same. Not the mechanism you use, but the lack of consideration to others around you, right? So even if it doesn't smell bad or it's tobacco, it's still mist blowing in your face. That, and the majority of people in this that I see are non-smokers now. So as far as a nuisance, I think it's all the same. The delivery system might be different, but I think that's something to look at. Lorenzo, if you could, just making different exceptions for different types of delivery, like for burning tobacco, burning a cigarette. You can't smoke, but to me, if I'm sitting there and someone's vaping next to me, and a huge puff of smoke comes into, that's lack of consideration to the public. So. I respectfully disagree with that aspect of it, and I would be open to banning all, even vaping in public parks as well, inside and out.
I'm trying to remember what the male name for Karen was. All in good fun.
Yeah, no. Then, hey, I'll wear the mantle. I'm a Ken when it comes to smoking. I think all smoking, even vaping, shouldn't be allowed in our public parks.
Got it. Any further discussion on this? Any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Seeing none, the motion passes. My items next. Obviously, the resident had asked for part of this item to be put on the agenda. Obviously, it can't be done due to the charter, which is the Charter Review Commission. But I would like to have with my colleagues, and if there's some residents that want to have input, because I think there's some items that I would like to add to the November ballot. Just 2 items in particular, and we can workshop these. One is the early voting item, to add that to any special election. I would like to see that on the November election. Then additionally, and I know this is something that was discussed a while back, and I heard some other cities discussing it, our charter requires that a runoff happens in our general elections 21 days after the November election. If there's a runoff, a City of Doral has there, it says the second Tuesday in December, and I think you're going to see cities following a more uniform process from what I had heard. So those are just 2 that I think are priority. Those are ministerial, and I would like to see that take advantage that they're in the November, to put them on the November ballot. But I would like to have a workshop with my colleagues on this issue. If you guys have any things as well that are not major, that I think are common sense stuff, and we can just do it in the November ballot. So I'm not going to make any motions to put anything on the ballot. I'm just going to make a motion to have a workshop with you all, just to go over if there's any ministerial stuff that you all want to change or that staff recommends. But those are 2 that I wanted to explore, which was changing our November runoff, which wouldn't take effect till the 2026 election, changing our November runoff from, instead of saying 21 days after the general, saying this, following in line with Doral and other cities, the second Tuesday in December. Then additionally, an item requiring early voting for all elections in our charter. But I wanted to have that workshop with you all, so I just want to make a motion to direct staff to coordinate a workshop amongst the council.
I'll second.
Discussion. Councilman Dieguez.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And while I respect the spirit of the item, consistent with my prior positions with respect to these charter amendments, I would rather wait for the Charter Revision Commission to be constituted and have the discussion at that time. But I just, thank you though for where, for proposing this and where you're coming from with that. I do think that's something that they should look at when they convene. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further discussion, council? Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember Ruano.
No.
Councilmember Garcia.
Yes.
Councilmember Dieguez.
No.
Councilmember Collazo.
No.
Vice Mayor Fernandez.
Yes.
Mayor Sid.
Yes.
It's a tie. The motion fails.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. We're on to the next item, 14G, Emergency Medical Services. Councilman Fernandez. Vice Mayor Fernandez.
No, I deferred that for the.
Oh, you
the
did,
next
you did, you did. We're on to the next item, which is 16A.
Yes, the special election is going to be held on April the 9th, and that just so happens to be the same date as your April council meeting. I just wanted to put that on your radar to see if there is an appetite to change the April council meeting or reschedule it. If there is, the clerk and I spoke about it, and we recommend for it to be moved one day over to Wednesday, April the 10th. But obviously, if you do want to move it, you can move it to whatever date you want.
I just want to put if one of my colleagues were on the ballot, I would have done it out of respect to them. But there's none of us is on the ballot unless staff needs to be there. If you guys don't, we move forward with the council meeting.
Not for us, but if there was an appetite, if any of you wanted to move it, I just wanted to bring it to light and put it on your radar in case you wanted to consider moving it.
But do you want to move it? Because you brought it up.
There's a conflict. Both things are on the same
night.
No,
but
I don't care.
Is there a professional conflict? Like, do you need to be there?
I will not be.
No, but what I'm saying, so none of our staff members need to be there.
There's no conflict.
Okay,
no
okay,
conflict.
okay. No, and there's no conflict on this day. Nobody on this day is on the ballot that night either.
There's no, Mr. Mayor. There's no conflict, and I would be fine to do it that Tuesday. I do think that one or two, potentially two of those candidates will be sitting on this council at some point. And it's a really, really long day. And then there's, the waiting of elections results, and I would hate for that to distract their ability to take this council meeting in and opine. But whatever the will of the council is fine for me. I'm good either way.
Yeah. No motions, council, no motions. All right. Thank you, Mr. Manager. Moving on to police report. Major Gonzalez.
Good evening, Jose Gonzalez, your town commander, with the police report. Crime is steady, and auto thefts for the month of February were up slightly, but the vehicle burglaries were down. Our officers continue with the high visibility patrol, special enforcement details during the midnight hours. We also had a residential burglary in progress arrest in the month of February, where our officers responded to a call of an individual that broke into a residence. Our officers perimeterized the residence and were able to take the subject into custody without incident. So that was a great arrest for our team. Moving into the LPR subject, we just finished installing the 2 LPRs on the east side. It gives us probably like a 90% coverage. I think we only have one more intersection to cover before we have full coverage. There's also 3 more that are going to be installed hopefully within the next month to cover the older trailers that we had initially installed. They're going to be replaced with fixed intersections now. So we'll have the fixed license plate readers and a new intersection that was added coming in from the PSN area. License plate reader apprehensions, we had 2 last month. One was on Section 1, the first one for Section 1, where a subject was a sexual predator wanted for sexual battery, had 2 warrants, came in, the license plate reader alerted to his vehicle, and our detectives were able to take him into custody without incident. It was probably like within 5 minutes that he got there, so that was pretty good. And secondly, there was a stolen vehicle that came into the town from the PSN area in the middle of the night, and it was stolen, and we were able to apprehend 4 individuals and 2 firearms from that car. So that was a great arrest. and to give an update on the 170th Street parking. That's all been clear. We've been following up on that with the signage. I think it's been working very well, and I think everybody got the memo that there's no more parking there. So I think we will continue to monitor, but everything's been clear since then. And I just want to give you some other updated news on our fleet. We're retrofitting all our cars coming in, the new ones. I've been ordering the high clearance vehicles, so we're going to be getting SUVs. So if we do have any storm flooding or anything like that, our officers will always be able to provide service to our residents and not let anything or obstacles get in their way. So we just received the first batch. We received 4 Ford Explorers. They're marked and brand new with they have the new state-of-the-art lights and sirens, and they have GPS monitoring now for the vehicles, which is another plus that the department is moving to the technology of the future. And that's all I have. Any questions?
I have 3 questions. I don't know if anybody else has. 3 things I just wanted to touch upon. I know years back we never had the mandatory minimums, and I know our midnight shifts sometimes were as slim as 2 people. How's that change working out specifically for midnights and afternoons that have always been a little slim?
So that was mostly challenging on midnights and over the weekends, obviously, because we didn't have redundant coverage like our neighborhood service unit that works and helps our units out even if we're short during the day. So now the minimum staffing has been working very well. We continue to have a minimum staffing of officers at all time, even overnight, on the weekends, due to shortages or unforeseen absences. And things have been very well. Our visibility has been high, and our officers, been patrolling, preventing crimes, and apprehending the license plate reader alerts that are coming into the town.
I had a resident reach out to me, and I promised this resident that I asked these 2 questions. Number 1, number 2, the large trucks on Montrose, on Rosenell Hammer Way, going southbound, making that turn there. Yes. What I know there's a rule that says if they're doing local business that they could be by there, but talk to us about why some other trucks, maybe like gasoline trucks, shouldn't be.
Correct. So I did talk to the county traffic engineers to take a look at it because I have had some concerns from residents prior to this one, and they said that they were going to conduct an analysis of that and see if there's any signage that's warranted. But right now, southbound on 82nd Avenue, coming in from 170th Street or the PSN area, there is no signage that says no through trucks. There is one sign for northbound 82nd Avenue, just about 164th Street, where the guardhouse is at. Before it slims out into the 2 lanes, there is a sign there. But the meaning of the no through trucks really is, they're not supposed to, it's not like a cut through just to get through. But if you do have business in that area, imagine no trucks will be allowed to go through there. Well, none of the dump trucks or construction vehicles could get into Royal Oaks to do the storm drainage project. So, and also, if they are coming to do a delivery in the area, they're coming to deliver a Winn-Dixie, if they're coming to deliver gas at the gas station, the no through sign does allow them to do that, as long as they have business in the adjoining area. It would have to be like a no truck sign, with no truck, absolutely, with a red circle. Then that's different because that's absolutely no trucks. But the no through is you have to interpret it by law. It does allow trucks to come through as long as they have business in the area. I'm sorry. You're busy. You want me to repeat it or?
No. I just wanted to get your professional opinion on no through trucks. Is that
So to go back to what I was saying.
No, but I mean, do you recommend more signage? Or do you
the only way you could stop the truck from coming through, and I kind of recommended the county to study it and take a look at it, and I had the engineers working on it. I know because one of our residents lived in Royal Oaks had brought it to my attention months ago, is that they would have to put a sign that says no trucks at all. But then again, that's challenging because that means that any dump truck that came into Royal Oaks, or we would have to cite them. Because if it says no trucks, period, that means the trucks can't come in on 82nd Avenue. That's hence why they probably had the no through sign. So it's not like a cut through for any truck that just wants to go from, let's say, Hialeah and just cut through all the way to, Miramar. There's no reason the truck will be taking that as a shortcut to get from Hialeah because the Palmetto's backed up to cut through there to get to like Weston. But if they're coming into town to do business here or anywhere around, they're allowed to cut through there, not cut through, but use that road because they have business.
Okay. The other one is underage golf cart utilization. Has there been any tickets given out or that you know of for golf cart issues?
We have not had an issue that we had reported to us. I think we haven't really had any complaints with golf carts ever since the law took place, and we've been conducting the educational enforcement, which is really just talking to the parents, talking to the kids. I think a lot of the folks got the message and they understand that the kids have to have some sort of permit or license to be on the golf course. And we really had any complaints or calls on that or any ticketing.
So if somebody sees 10-year-old on 154 driving a golf cart, you recommend?
Yeah, they call the non-emergency number.
Okay. Got it. All right. Any other questions of our police major? Yes.
Just want to say I'm impressed with the level of criminal we're finding. I'm relieved that we're catching these criminals through the LPR, sexual assault. I'm sure the victim will be very happy to know that they're under arrest, so thank you for that. Also, as far as signage, I know you're working with the manager in the town to help you with enforcement around the schools with no parking. Is there any additional need for signage to help you enforce? Do you have all the signage, any signage placed in areas that will help your officers enforce that? Because I know you need the signage before you enforce certain areas.
Yeah, I think that any complaints that we'll receive, that I work with the town and the manager and Omar to identify the issues and work with signage, like we've done on 80th Avenue with the trucks and other areas around Cowpen and Bull Run where there's doing overnight. Trucks are parking with, we're putting signage up for no overnight commercial vehicle parking and no other parking. I know we did the curbing on the north side of the Bob Graham K-8, and they put signage up there, and that's been working. So, and 170th Street was another one. That's the latest one where we had parking, and we were able to get signage up, work together to get that done, and but any complaints that we get, we will look at it and find a solution on how we could prevent any other further parking, illegal parking moving forward.
Thank you, Major.
Councilman Coelho.
Thank you, and I just wanted to thank you for some of the work that you've been doing with the neighborhood service districts. Just to piggyback on what Councilman Garcia is saying, LPRs are being very effective and criminals are getting smarter. So there are some mechanisms that they're deploying. Countermeasures that are circumventing the LPR technology. And just the awareness that you guys are bringing to the guards that are still on the ground to maybe not profile, but identify what those vehicles may look like and what those perpetrators may look like, to be proactive and not rely just on the technology, I think is great. And I really commend the work that you're doing hand in hand with our town staff. I told JP I was going to bring it up, but I appreciate what you're doing with them. So thank you.
Thank you.
Anything else? If not, thank you, Major. Appreciate you.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you.
Have a good night.
Have a good night.
We're moving on to Jeremy Badge down.
Congratulations, by the way.
Thank you.
Dad. Isn't that the new title? A good new title.
The Jeremy Bagdown, Dad, here to speak to you on town matters, though.
Is there a pay bump associated with that title?
Yes, I have been financially given the freedom to change all diapers necessary. And in a month, I've probably gotten close to 400 diapers, so that's pretty cool.
You got the best of both worlds, bro. You got the baby, and your wife opened a business recently in the town of Miami Lakes. So
two babies to take care of.
God bless, man. God bless.
Essentially, the item we have before you is coming out of the January council meeting where we were told to go ahead and reevaluate the painting scheme for our new entry feature at 67th, just north of the Gradney. Town staff had a chance to speak with some of the council members on the paint schemes, and essentially the report you have in front of you goes over those three options that we are looking at adjusting. The only things to note is it affects nothing to the warranty of the new entry feature. And the paint, once repainted, if that is the decision of the council, will receive another 1 year on the paint itself. So nothing structural, no concerns with adjusting it. And then the three paint options are listed there for your consideration. That is extra white, Killam beige, and alabaster.
I personally, I appreciate all your work. I have no issue with the sign. So my personal opinion, this is one of those items that's very subjective, right? It's all, it doesn't, there's no right or wrong answer here, right? So it's just, I personally voted no the first time, voting no. This, I have no issue with it, so, but I'm fine with whatever direction the majority of council wants to go.
Yeah, so to get the ball rolling for myself, I would move that we would go with the alabaster.
I'll second.
I think Councilwoman Morano did.
So I had a question with regards to, if I may through the chair, with regards to the other signage, the other entry features that we have, the colors, they are warmer tones, right? They are more
They
beiges
are,
and
they have been changed over the years. It is now a more modern feel of the original warmer tones. There were more of a beige, hard, kind of yellowish beige color. They have been moved towards, I guess, alabaster is pretty close, moving towards a more modern gray kind of feel. But yes, they are
So
a little
the-
warmer than the current one that's on this at this location. And I know that staff, I think, addressed also, the goal here was kind of match the surrounding area with Lake Patricia's shopping center being a harsh, modern gray. We wanted to find something a little lighter than that, but still kind of reflect that area of the town. So that was the goal with our initial decision.
okay, because currently it is a gray tone.
Correct.
So this will be warmer than the gray. And the only reason why I ask is because sometimes the photographs don't do
Correct.
the
And-
colors justice.
And even when you look on like Google Maps for current, if you look at different times of the day, the color looks a little warmer some days, looks a little more gray. But
Mhm.
yes, this alabaster will be closer to the other entry features.
Thank you.
All right, so there's a motion for, okay, Madam Clerk, please. Hold on.
That is the motion, yes.
Please call the roll.
Okay. Councilmember Diegues.
Yes.
Councilmember Collazo.
Yes.
Councilmember Garcia.
No, because I just don't see the difference in the colors, but no.
Councilmember Ruano.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Fernandez.
No.
Mayor Sid.
No.
Motion fails.
All right, is there another color you guys want to go down? Being honest with you, I personally don't want to change it, but you guys figured out, the majority of you, what it should look like.
I think the question is whether any of them would actually have a chance, or whether we should just wait for after the election for the other two, since that one can't come back for 6 months. So. All right, yeah, so I guess I'll
Let's
just
Ray, you
hold
have
off on the
anybody
rest.
else have
No,
any
I just like
motions?
to say the reason I said no is because I honestly don't see the difference in these two. I like to see consistency, though, in our entrances, absolutely. But since it's so new, I'd be open to, once we do need some maintenance on it, making it consistent with the other entrances features, absolutely. But right now, it's, I mean, still, I just don't see the difference in these two colors.
Well, I did just want to point out to my colleagues, renew my request from last year to update our beautification master plan that our Parks Director has worked on for so hard, or for so long, and very hard to update the scope of work on that. If we can get it funded perhaps with the carry forward funds, I think that would also make sure that we're not just spot improving, I guess, to your point, right? That we can look at them holistically.
And through the chair, I'd be open to that because I'd like to see attention to all our entrances, especially the 67th Avenue and the 154th, and a consistency to the entrances of the town. And this would be part of that, a more comprehensive approach. Absolutely.
I would be in favor of that. I think if, especially if we're going to look at the other entrance features, I'd rather do that at the same time and do it holistically, right? And not necessarily repaint this one and then realize that we're moving in a different direction with the other one 6 months from now and then have to go back and...
That's fair.
Okay.
And my perspective is a little bit different. I was indifferent of the color, kind of very similar. You're never going to get it right? No matter what, the perfect color. But the minute that you brought up the issue or the thoughtfulness, right, that you're trying to make it more harmonious with the adjacent buildings, right? So it doesn't stand out. It's the very same item that we're trying to do by disguising 5G towers. Then it made sense, right? So I think what sold me was the fact that you're trying to make it part of the lived space, part of the lived environment, trying to make it more harmonious, trying to give that town. It might not be the same color everywhere, right? So when you put that level of thoughtfulness, if you go back to this idea of uniforming all the signs, well, maybe it's not going to work in the same way in that particular space. So what won me over on Alabaster was little dialogue about the color, but more about what you were trying to do with the harmony of the space that it's in. And I think that thoughtfulness was the reason that I voted yes, and I'm going to caution my colleagues against trying to go against with the uniformity part. With the branding, I think you stay consistent, but sometimes shading a color to be part of the environment does more for the design than trying to make it all uniform. And that's why I was supporting Alabaster, and we can continue to have this conversation. I did it for years in art school, and there's never a right answer to it.
Yeah, and again, thank you to JP. I don't know if he's still here or not, but I just want to thank him for taking the time to meet with me about that. And again, thank you for presenting it. And again, I just while I appreciate where everybody was coming from, trying to match our sign to the shopping center, I think that defeats the purpose of the entry features, which is to announce where you're entering, right, and therefore it should pop. Instead of blend in, right? The opposite of with the 5G cell towers, et cetera, that we want them to blend in and not be as noticeable. With the entering features, the opposite. We want people to be, wow, I'm entering the town, et cetera, or whatever municipality it might be. But thank you again, for the time, and please pass it on to JP, because I don't think he's here anymore. All right. Got it.
Welcome, Director Santos.
Good evening again.
Good evening.
All right, so I'll mention a few projects I want to highlight, and if there are any questions, please provide them. So the 59th Avenue project, we're working with the county on the license agreement. We provided some information they have requested, and we'll be meeting with them to move that forward. Street light improvements projects, all the new poles are in place. Right now, we are waiting for FP&L to activate the new poles, and we'll have new lighting in those areas, or improved lighting in those areas. Canal Bank, last council meeting, this body approved the contract, and we're working with the contractor to start mobilization and the purchase of the materials and getting them on site. Royal Lakes First Edition, the contractor's working on scheduling final pavement operations to begin next week, so you'll soon start seeing the final topping on those roads, as well as the I jumped ahead, let me go back. Commerce Way, we're moving along very well on that. As you're aware, we have closure of certain sections of Commerce Way, and half of that will be open hopefully by the 25th of the current section that's closed. 158th Street, this is on the east side of town, north of the Education Center. That's actually getting its final pavement this week. And that's all I wanted to highlight.
So, you guys okay? Just want to bring up something. I know Anna. I know Anna left. I can't say that I'm not concerned with our stormwater program.
Mm-hmm.
And I initially always believed, and I said this on the record, and I think it was Councilwoman Rano and I that have voted this way, but that position should have always been contracted out, right? It was a temporary position. Obviously, the majority of the council went a different direction. Years later, look in the position we're in now, trying to find somebody else. I have seen, and I don't want to put anybody in defense, but I have seen a slowdown in the development of those projects, right? Putting them out to procurement, putting them out to contract. One of the projects that I thought by now would have been completely done was Loch Lomond, to give you an example. And I know some of those have been pushed back a little bit. I don't know if it's for her departure. I don't know if you guys are, but are you still looking to hire a full-time person to manage a program that's halfway done, or are you going to bring in, do a solicitation, right? A third party that manages the entire thing in terms of customer service and everything? Because I think that was one of the hardest aspects for Anna. It's similar to John's job, right? where those jobs are not only heavy in terms of engineering, but now you're forcing engineers and folks in a different field to do customer service, right, 24/7, which is a little difficult, right? It doesn't always fit for everybody. So I am concerned. So I've seen a slowdown in projects. I don't know what direction you're going in. If you tell me right now, I'm taking over the program till it's done, it's con los ojos cerrados. I know you're more than capable of doing it. My challenge is, if you're hiring somebody new, that person might be lost in the sauce. It might be an engineer that gets really afraid of the customer service side, right? Or if you're looking at bringing in a company for a temporary job, whoever it is, right? Do a solicitation, since half of the projects are already done.
Obviously, Omar is proof positive that an engineer actually can prioritize customer service and do a phenomenal job. And I think Anna, did a phenomenal job, bent over backwards for customer service, because that's the priority that we put here in our entire management team, which is customer service. And so we are in that process of recruiting. We believe that is going to be the most effective and cost-effective way to manage these programs. Obviously, Omar and Stanley are handling as much as they can now. They are actively recruiting. We put the advertisement out, and they have gotten a lot of good, strong candidates. They've already started the interview process, and our intent is to continue with that process and replace Anna as best we can with another engineer, project manager that will manage these projects. And Omar is going to be there to mentor that person and bring them up to speed. And whoever we get will be somebody with project management experience.
I get it, and I fully aware I'm in the deep minority on the council when it comes to these types of matters, right? Like, I really believe in the contract city model, especially for a temporary position. And again, Omar is a great example. Anna, they did awesome in customer service, but it is a position where I'm sure everybody that you're hiring, everybody that applied is an engineer, right? That's what you're looking for. Am I right?
Not necessarily. It has engineering or a closely related field. It could be a construction manager that has that experience, or somebody else that has that project management experience.
Got it. I just don't want to be here 6 months from now saying I told you so once again. So again, I fully am aware how deep of the minority I am in terms of these types of matters, but just wanted to put on the record because I am concerned that a program that could have been way far ahead right now has been slowed down.
To answer, or I guess to address that comment, a lot of these projects are not as far ahead as you may have expected. Has to do a lot with permitting. So as we go through Durham, certain questions are asked, and the EOR, engineer of record, has to respond to that. So Loch Lomond is one of those.
Just prove my point, so appreciate that.
Omar,
Just
both the ARPA program as well as the bond program have deadlines, right, as far as milestones that we have to hit,
Yes.
deadlines that we have to hit, completion that we have to hit, and we're on pace with both of those programs to be completely done by that time.
Yes.
And I think that, Mayor, one thing that may have been not an illusion, but some of the projects that got kicked off right away at the beginning were projects that, with other funds from even before the bond program, that they had designed. They had money in the past from other sources for design, so they had some projects already sitting on the shelf, and they were able to get into the construction phase quicker. All they had to do was get them permitted and get them out to. So there was a rush of projects that came early on in both programs, and I think that was part of the reason. But I think that Anna did a phenomenal job, and she really did a phenomenal job, even right till the day that she unfortunately left our employment.
And I appreciate you guys for helping me prove that point, so thank you.
Omar, I have a question. When is Commerce supposed to be completely done? I know they're going to shift the detour and stuff like that, but when is it supposed to be completely done?
I don't have the exact date right now, but From memory, I want to say it's
I'll make it.
closer to fall.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So, have we worked with the Brianna Vergara Foundation? Do we have a plan?
Yes,
Because
we-
that walk is the 14th of April.
We've been in communication with them last year when we were planning when the staff was planning the reindeer run. So we'll be re-engaging with them. We made them aware of where we expect it to be, and the plan is to accommodate their route through the construction site.
Got it.
Yeah.
Through the chair. Omar, quick question on the Fairway Drive bike lanes.
Sure.
I know you had a workshop here. Almost every single resident who uses Fairway Drive, and sometimes I use it too to walk over to the shopping center, talks about the lighting. The lighting is really high. The trees block the lighting. Is there any future plans of lowering lighting, just make it the typical, gaslight looking lights that are,
Not
20,
It's not in the
15
scope of this project, so we would have to treat it as separately.
Has there, because I know this has been a conversation for a long time, has there ever previous plans or any future plans for, I'd like to direct you guys to look at how we can improve that lighting, get rid of the cement and put the metal, iron looking black street lights like they have on Main Street.
Yeah, we could look at that.
Because those trees are blocking the light, and it's super dark. I mean, it's the residents really complain about the darkness through Fairway. I don't know if I'm sure you've noticed.
Yeah, well, we could look at that, and maybe I'll provide some information through the.
Yeah, and then what since we're doing this anyways, is there any way, since we're already going to do some construction, what we need to do to work together, since we're already going to do that and change the light. I mean, the lighting's already there, right? The electricity's already there. Maybe we need to add some lighting to that area.
Yeah, I would have to do some research to first see if the existing circuit is usable for an upgrade.
Okay.
And then also what costs are associated with permitting, and then.
And they would be LED, so they suck up less energy. So.
Yeah, then that's what we've been implementing with anything that's new.
Thank you, because I know a lot of residents are complaining about the darkness on Fairway Drive. Thank you.
If I may to piggyback on what Councilmember Garcia just asked, I've always been of the opinion that tree trimming could make a significant improvement in the lighting in that area. Can any of the staff members let me know why it is that we don't proceed to trim the trees more around the lights on Fairway?
I could check.
I know that's not your department, but
I'll coordinate with Parks Department, and then we'll see.
because most of them are just covered by the canopy. So if there was a way to at least carve out the area where the light is, perhaps that would be a quick
An
fix
improvement?
to, perhaps.
In order to address that, we'd have to put Fairway on almost similar to what we do with 154 and 6/7 with annual cycles. So it would be a funding real question to fund Fairway maybe even annually. Because if not, Fairway will be addressed in its normal cycle, which is once every 3 years.
Right.
Which is, I believe, I have to double check, but I think it's coming up early next fiscal year.
Okay.
Any other questions of our,
This is it after this one.
of the Himawa, of our Public Works Director? Thank you, man. Thank you for what you do.
You have a good night.
I love Omar, man, because I get calls all the time from folks. Hey, you're over here fixing a drain. They confuse us all the time. Anything else? If not, we'll see everybody in April. This meeting is. You have anything else? No, I'm saying, but is there nothing else? All right, guys. God bless, and we'll see everybody in April. Have a good night. This meeting is adjourned.